Chapter 396 When I was cultivating, there was no heaven realm. Chapter 396 When I was cultivating, there was no heaven realm. It was Zhu Juntian again. Kui Heng frowned slightly when he heard this. This Zhu Juntian was really everywhere. More than 300,000 years ago, he was the sage who walked out of Daoju Star. He was the last person to ascend under the purple sun heaven. He was the one who caused the heaven realm to send down a scarlet light and caused the purple sun heaven to be destroyed. He was also once the disciple of the purple sun heavenly lord. Even letting the heaven realm reopen was related to him. Then was he also related to the sudden disappearance of the heaven realm back then? Thinking about it carefully, most of the secrets and major events in this world seemed to be related to Zhu Juntian to a certain extent. This person had a great secret. Although Kui Heng was puzzled in his heart, he remained calm on the surface and said in a low voice, "Why is Zhu Juntian related to the reopening of the heaven realm?" "Exalted immortal, it's like this," Daoist Fang he hurriedly explained. "It's said that Zhu Juntian is the reincarnation of the artifact spirit of the heaven gate. As long as we can find him, we have a chance to reopen the heaven gate." The reincarnation of the artifact spirit of the heaven gate? Kui Heng was stunned when he heard this. He did not expect such an outcome. "Is this rumor true?" Kui Heng frowned slightly and said in a low voice, "Back then, the purple sun heaven was destroyed by the heaven gate. Is this related to Zhu Juntian? It was that day that destroyed the purple sun heaven that convinced us that Zhu Juntian should indeed be the reincarnation of the heaven gate artifact spirit." Daoist Fang he nodded and said, "Before that, it was just a rumor. After that, it's most likely true." At this moment, Monk Yuan Ku added, "Back then, Zhu Juntian was inexplicably demoted and his memories were sealed and he was sent to reincarnate in the starry skies. It's said that it was also because of this that the rumor appeared." "Yes, that's true." Daoist Fang he nodded and said, "As the disciple of Lord of the Heavens Xiang and having made great contributions in the battle of the Saint Demon Heaven, Zhu Juntian was inexplicably demoted. At that time, there were many discussions among the heavens. Later on, we guessed that Lord of the Heavens Xiang's original intention might be to continue suppressing Zhu Juntian's intelligence in this life and reopen the door to the heaven realm. However, perhaps his methods were wrong and attracted heavenly punishment, causing the destruction of the purple sun heaven." "Oh!" Kui Heng chuckled when he heard this. His eyes narrowed as he stared at the monk and Daoist priest. "Aren't you afraid that my methods might be wrong as well and attract heavenly punishment?" Daoist Fang He and Monk Yuan Ku's faces turned pale. Monk Yuan Ku hurriedly kowtowed and said, "Exalted immortal, you've misunderstood. I didn't mean that. You're an expert who has stepped into the heaven gate realm. You are completely different from Lord of the Heavens Xiang." Daoist Fang he was also trembling in fear as he explained, "Exalted immortal, you're mistaken. How could I dare to scheme against you? That Lord of the Heavens Xiang is only at the 8th realm of the immortal world, yet he wants to open the door to the heaven realm. He's really courting death. It's said that experts who have stepped into the heaven gate realm will obtain special powers and can establish a connection with the heaven gate. They can absorb heaven immortal chi through the heaven gate at all times. If it's an immortal venerable above the 4th heaven gate realm, they can rely on this connection to mobilize the power of the heaven gate and directly open it." At this point, the Daoist priest suddenly froze. That's not right. If the immortal Kui in front of him was an expert above the 4th heaven gate realm, it was impossible for him not to know this. Why would he ask this? So there's such a magical thing after stepping into the heaven gate realm. One can absorb immortal chi through the heaven gate. Kui Heng noticed this new knowledge and had a question at the same time. Is immortal chi some special power? It's helpful for cultivation. He planned to ask Wu Yong, who was still in his infant state, after the conversation ended. After all, he was an expert at the 2nd heaven gate realm and should know about this. For now, he had to figure out what was going on with Zhu Juntian and the heaven realm. Kui Heng naturally saw through the doubts in Daoist Fang his heart, but he did not care. Instead, he chuckled and said, "As far as I know, the heaven gate that appeared when purple sun heaven was destroyed is not normal. Are you really sure that there won't be any problems?" The ancestral master of the Plague Imperial Palace, Ding Qiuhuang, had personally witnessed the destruction of the Purple Sun Heaven. According to his description, the heaven gate that appeared at that time was completely different from the legendary holy and pure state. It was filled with scarlet color and an evil charm. Ding Qiuhuang's 100-eyed Tao body, which was filled with evil power, was successfully cultivated with the help of the scarlet color. However, Kui Heng's words stunned Daoist Fang He and Monk Yuan Ku. Exalted Immortal, you said that the heaven gate that appeared at that time was not normal. Were you in Purple Sun Heaven at that time? Daoist Fang He asked boldly. Monk Yuan Ku's face also revealed surprise. Both of them seemed to think of something. Do you recognize this power? Kui Heng said indifferently. At the same time, he stretched out his right hand, and a small ball of scarlet light immediately lit up in his palm, emitting an extremely pure evil aura. One could vaguely see countless eyes opening and closing in this ball of light. This was the scarlet light that he had recorded according to Ding Qiuhuang's 100-eyed Tao body. The source was the nefarious heaven gate that destroyed the Purple Sun Heaven back then. Outer world heavenly light. Daoist Fang He immediately exclaimed. He stared at the small ball of scarlet light in shock, his entire body trembling uncontrollably. He actually said in despair, "It's over, it's really over. Even the heaven gate is stained with the light of the foreign world. How can this be? Amitabha, Amitabha." Monk Yuan Ku pressed his palms together and chanted a Buddhist proclamation. He also had a despairing expression. Kui Heng looked at the two of them quietly and realized that after seeing this scarlet light, their souls actually shook, and their minds were on the verge of collapse. How much mental impact had they suffered? There's no need to panic, Kui Heng said indifferently. His voice contained a trace of dharmic powers that could stabilize the soul of anyone who heard it and prevent all evil from invading. When Daoist Fang He and Monk Yuan Ku heard this voice, they immediately felt like they were bathing in a spring breeze. The fear and despair on their faces gradually disappeared, and they quickly calmed down. Thank you, Exalted Immortal. Thank you, Exalted Immortal. The two of them bowed in unison. At the same time, they were extremely shocked. The power contained in that voice just now actually made them feel as if they had glimpsed the mysteries of the origin of the great Tao. It was as if just that trace of power already contained all the laws and mysteries of the world. The most exaggerated thing was that this was not the aura emitted by a supreme treasure, nor was it the power displayed by a heavenly saint artifact. It was just a simple sentence. It was actually so profound. It was too incredible. This incomparably shocked feeling immediately suppressed the fear and despair caused by seeing the foreign skylight, causing their hearts to be reignited with hope. With such an exalted immortal around, even if the foreign realm really broke through their defensive line and descended, they might still have a chance of winning. You call it the outer world heavenly light. Is this thing related to the outer world? Kui Heng shook his right hand, causing the ball of scarlet light in his palm to flicker. The evil aura within it became even stronger. This time, Daoist Fang He and Monk Yuan Ku fell silent again. Then, Daoist Fang He took a deep breath, as if he had made up his mind. He said very respectfully, "May I ask how long Exalted Immortal has been in seclusion?" Clearly, in his opinion, an existence like Kui Heng, who was clearly incomparably powerful and had an extremely high realm, actually did not know about the outer world heavenly light. He did not even seem to know the characteristics of the 12 heaven gates. There was only one explanation. Perhaps this was an ancient existence that had been in seclusion for countless years. He was very likely a living fossil that had survived from an era where there was no outer world. Kui Heng naturally understood what Daoist Fang He meant, so he smiled faintly and said, "When I was cultivating, there was no heaven realm." He had started cultivating in the beginner's space. Of course, there was no heaven realm inside. He was clearly telling the truth. However, these words were like a bolt from the blue to Daoist Fang He and Monk Yuan Ku. At this moment, the two of them seemed to have been struck by lightning. Their eyes widened, and their faces revealed expressions of disbelief. They froze like puppets and did not move. When I was cultivating, there was no heaven realm. When I was cultivating, there was no heaven realm. This This was actually a supreme expert who had already existed before the appearance of the central heaven realm. This was a supreme existence even older than the heaven realm. When did the heaven realm first appear? This was already impossible for these two lords of the heavens to verify. However, even since the disappearance of the heaven realm, nearly 500,000 years had passed. The heaven realm had ruled the myriad worlds for millions of years. This immortal Kui said that when he cultivated, there was no heaven realm. Didn't that mean that he existed at least millions or even tens of millions of years ago? Oh my God! Tens of millions of years ago. Did we just see a living history? How powerful was an existence that had lived for tens of millions of years or even longer? Daoist Fang He and Monk Yuan Ku could not help but tremble. They were so excited that they could not even speak. Why? Are you unwilling to tell me? Kui Heng smiled. The gentle voice woke the monk and Daoist priest up from his extreme shock. Only then did the two of them suddenly come back to their senses and barely calm their emotions. They hurriedly bowed respectfully to Kui Heng and said in unison, "Yes, yes, of course we're willing." At this moment, in their hearts, Kui Heng was already an ancient living fossil that had been in seclusion for tens of millions of years. It was normal for him not to know anything about this era. Exalted immortal, it's like this, Daoist Fang He looked at the outer world heavenly light and explained, the 12 heaven gates are the foundation of the realm above the 9 realms of the immortal world, but these heaven gates are not the only existence. There's also a heaven gate in the foreign starry sky. The characteristics of its power are different from ours. This so-called outer world heavenly light is actually the power of the outer world heaven gate. When this little Daoist and Yuan Ku passed through the 3 higher heavens to resist the outer world heaven gate realm experts, we often saw this power. I didn't expect that the heaven gate had already been infected by the outer world heaven gate. At this point, he revealed a sorrowful expression and sighed. Perhaps the reason why the heavenly realm suddenly disappeared was because it had already been defeated by the outer world. Chapter 397 The Real Target of the Outer World. Chapter 397 The Real Target of the Outer World. There was also a heaven gate in the outer world, and the characteristics of its power were different. Kui Heng frowned slightly when he heard this, and his expression became solemn. A guess suddenly appeared in his heart, and he said in a low voice, "According to what you said, the characteristics of the power contained in the outer world heaven gate are different from the heaven gate here. Then could the reason why the outer world attacked this side crazily be to explore the heaven gate here to obtain the characteristics of the power in the heaven gate here? How is this possible?" Monk Yuan Ku shook his head when he heard this. "Exalted immortal, do you mean that one can go through the same level of heaven gate repeatedly? Why not?" Kui Heng chuckled and said, "The essence of stepping into the heaven gate realm is to obtain the characteristics of power from the heaven gate. It's fine to attack a higher level heaven gate, but it's not necessarily impossible to attack a parallel level heaven gate. The 12 heaven gates were not a cultivation method. Instead, one had to attack the heaven gate and step into it to obtain the characteristics of its power. Every level of the heaven gate had different characteristics. However, Kui Heng, who had investigated Wu Yong who was at the second heaven gate realm, realized that the power characteristics of the heaven gate were very worrisome. Even if he'd reached the second heaven gate realm, his strength would only be around the peak nascent soul realm with some of the characteristics of the proper peak nascent soul realm. Although he also guessed that the third heaven gate realm might properly correspond to the peak nascent soul realm, he had never verified it. If the later 9 levels of the heaven gate only similarly gave a singular power characteristic, it would probably not be easy to gather the complete power characteristic and reach the level of a peak nascent soul cultivator or even a complete soul formation cultivator. Moreover, the higher the level of the heaven gate, the harder it was to clear. If one fails, they might die on the spot. Even if they were lucky enough to survive, it would be a huge blow to their vitality and was extremely risky. This gave Kui Heng a guess. Since there was also a heaven gate in the outer world as well, and the power was different from the heaven gate here, it meant that the power of the heaven gate here was also different from the outer world. In that case, could the outer world heaven gate experts come here and start from the first heaven gate to obtain new characteristics to increase their strength? For example, if an expert at the third level of the outer world Heaven Gate realm came here, he could start from the first Heaven Gate realm. With his original strength at the third Heaven Gate realm, he could easily step into the 3 Heaven Gates here and obtain 3 types of power characteristics that he did not have before. This way, even if he might not be able to break through to the next realm, he would be able to obtain stronger strength. After all, the essence of the 12 Heaven Gates was to continuously accumulate power characteristics to become stronger and stronger. However, this was only Kui Heng's guess. The truth might not be the same. However, Daoist Fang he fell into deep thought. After a while, he suddenly thought of something and exclaimed, I see. Great monk, do you still remember? Previously, when the third higher heaven's defensive line was broken through, some experts from the second Heaven Gate realm rushed in. While refining the stars, they also did something. At first, I didn't understand why. Now that I think about it, they probably want to use this to sense the Heaven Gate of this domain and attack the Heaven Gate to obtain the characteristic power. Yes, I remember it too. Monk Yuan Ku came to a realization and nodded. When those people refined the stars, they actually didn't forget to set up an array formation to strengthen their senses. This array formation is used to assist martial artists in cultivation. It can increase their perception of nomological Dao runes. Logically speaking, if they were only here to plunder resources, there was no need to set up such an array formation. So they're investigating this region's Heaven Gate? Amitabha. No wonder the outer world invaded without any regard for their lives. They're really ambitious. If this is really the goal of the outer world, the Heaven Realm shouldn't have been defeated. At least, not yet. Kui Heng smiled and said, if the Heaven Realm had really been defeated, this realm wouldn't be like this. In order to obtain the characteristics of the Heaven Gate in this domain, the outer world will definitely launch an incomparably crazy attack. The enemies you encounter will probably no longer be at the first or second Heaven Gate realm. Previously, Daoist Fang He and Monk Yuan Ku had told Kui Heng about the enemies they had encountered. They were basically limited to the first or second Heaven Gate realm. It was very rare to see even a third Heaven Gate realm expert. It was precisely because of this that they could rely on the defense built by the 3 higher heavens to resist the invasion of the outer world. Yes, Exalted Immortal is right. Exalted Immortal is too right. Daoist Fang he was overjoyed when he heard this. He nodded and said, the Heaven Realm is definitely still undefeated. The reason why those outer world experts who have stepped beyond the first Heavenly Ladder Realm haven't appeared should be because the Heaven Realm is still fighting. They might just be at a disadvantage. If they still have to resist with all their might even when they're at a disadvantage, they won't be able to divert your strength to do anything else. Perhaps it's precisely because of this that the Heaven Realm suddenly disappeared and caused the Heaven Gate to be contaminated. Daoist Fang he suddenly thought of many things and felt that many of their doubts had become clear. But if that's the case, it doesn't seem to be of much use for you to beg me to reopen the Heaven Gate. Kui Heng looked at Daoist Fang. He smiled. Daoist Fang he was stunned when he heard this. Then, he fell into deep thought. That's right. If the Heaven Realm was already doing its best to resist the outer world, it meant that the Heaven Realm would definitely not have the spare energy to help the starry skies here. If that was the case, what was the point of the 2 of them asking for the Exalted Immortal to reopen the Heaven Gate? This domain would still continue to attack and corrode the outer world. No, it's useful. Exalted Immortal, Zhu Juntian should be useful for strengthening the power of the Heaven Realm, Monk Yuan Ku suddenly said. Exalted Immortal, if the Heaven Realm is at a disadvantage now, it might be related to the pollution of the Heaven Gate. It's rumored that Zhu Juntian is the reincarnation of the artifact spirit of the Heaven Gate. If we can find him, we might be able to use his power to eliminate the pollution of the Heaven Gate. Oh! Kui Heng nodded slightly and chuckled. That does sound feasible. I'll pay attention to Zhu Juntian's movements next. However, you have to help me do something. Exalted Immortal, please speak. We will do our best. Daoist Fang He and Monk Yuan Ku said in unison and were respectful. Collect more ancient books and secrets for me. Kui Heng nodded slightly and said, if there's any information about the outer world, organize them into books and hand them to me. Yes, yes. Exalted Immortal, don't worry. We'll definitely do our best. Daoist Fang He nodded. Exalted Immortal, don't worry. I have many disciples. I'll send them all out to search for the ancient books of the myriad worlds. Monk Yuan Ku hurriedly began to perform. Very good. Kui Heng smiled when he saw this. He waved his hand and said with a smile, go. I'll handle Zhu Juantian's matter. Thank you, Exalted Immortal. Thank you, Exalted Immortal. The monk and Daoist priest bade farewell respectfully and left the palace on foot under the lead of the imperial city guards. After leaving the imperial city, the two of them still walked. After walking out of the imperial city and reaching the wilderness outside the city, they turned into streams of light and flew away. In their opinion, flying away from the imperial city was disrespectful to Kui Heng. They could not do that. After the two of them left, Kui Heng suddenly sat cross-legged. His eyes were slightly closed as he released his divine sense to sense the great Tao of heaven and earth. His body suddenly glowed with purple-gold light. A moment later, the light on his body dissipated and he slowly opened his eyes. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, revealing a smile. I didn't expect there to be such a pleasant surprise. This conversation with the two of them allowed me to know a lot of secrets. It actually allowed me to deepen my communication with the world. Could it be that the more I understand about this world, the deeper the communication I can establish? Previously, Kui Heng had also tried to communicate with the various great Tao laws by directly sensing heaven and earth. In the end, although he successfully established the communication line, the effect was too slow. Even if millions or tens of millions of years passed, he might not be able to break through a small realm. Hence, he could only find another path. Unexpectedly, after deepening his understanding of the world this time, the originally weak communication connection actually became stronger. It even showed signs of continuing to strengthen. This made Kui Heng very happy. I see. Although understanding the unknowns of this world can't directly increase my cultivation like when I was at the nascent soul realm, it can increase my communication with the great Tao laws and increase my cultivation speed. In other words, in the future, other than establishing communication with countless people through my incarnations in the samsara world, I can also further understand this world and obtain this communication relationship. In that case, investigating some secret matters has become even more important to me. I have to investigate Zhu Juntian, the heaven realm, the heaven gate, the outer world. As long as I have a deep enough understanding of this world, my communication with it will be even deeper. I will also be able to cultivate with half the effort and break through to the mid-stage soul formation realm earlier. Thinking of this, he slowly stood up and looked up at the sky. He thought to himself, time to make a trip to Taihong Star. It's start investigating the situation of the Heaven Gate first and try to obtain some Heaven Gate realm martial techniques for reference. As for the outer world, if they really want to obtain the Heaven Gate characteristics of this region, they will probably act even more crazily. It's most likely not limited to attacking the Heaven Gate here. From Wu Yong's situation, as long as he kills a Heaven Gate realm martial artist, he can also plunder their power characteristics. Chapter 398 Ascending to the Heavens with a Flick of a Finger, Immortal Venerable Lin Taihong. Chapter 398 Ascending to the Heavens with a Flick of a Finger, Immortal Venerable Lin Taihong. Actually, to Kui Heng, the most convenient way to investigate the outer world was to directly capture an outer world Heaven Gate realm expert and interrogate him. However, this was not his style of doing things. Revealing his existence rashly did not match his cultivation path. Moreover, there were too many unknowns in the outer world. His understanding of the other world was very little, and he did not even know what experts were there. Therefore, it was not advisable to rashly capture people. He should investigate step by step and understand the basic situation of the outer world first. Of course, before that, he had to investigate the abnormality of the Heaven Gate. Taihong Star had entered the Heaven Gate before, so it was undoubtedly the best choice for his initial investigation. Euro. Huisha received Kui Heng's summons and arrived at Kui Heng's residence. "Greetings, sir," Huisha said with a respectful bow. "What can I do for you, sir? After 100 years, you're still a sage." Kui Heng sized up Huisha and smiled. "I'm leaving the Purple Sun realm next. I'm willing to follow you, sir," Huisha said solemnly. "Sir, I've been improving my combat skills for the past 100 years. Don't worry, sir. My strength has not fallen. I can tell." Kui Heng nodded slightly and smiled. "You're very good. Although you've abandoned some things, you've lived a sufficiently fulfilling life. As a pure and sharp saber, you indeed only need to know the combat techniques." With that, he stretched out his right hand and flicked his finger. A golden light flew out from his fingertips. It was like a small golden dragon that swayed back and forth around his fingers. Then, this golden light flew out of Kui Heng's finger and landed on Huisha's head, entering his body. In the next moment, Huisha began to change drastically. The realm of myriad techniques returned to one began to sublimate. The Dharmic Tao runes and Tao heart truly fused together, reaching the peak of the 6th realm. He was a Sage King now. The moment he became a Sage King, Huisha's Tao heart became firm and emitted a strong killing intent. It began to gather the killing intent in the world and modify his body. Slaughter Tao body. This was the mark of a creator of the 7th realm of the immortal world. After attaining a Tao body, the killing intent condensed on Huisha's body and continued to gather. It became purer, more condensed, and his body size became larger. In the blink of an eye, he had reached the grand completion stage of the Tao body. Peak of the 7th realm of the immortal world, grand completion Tao body, a Tao lord. In the blink of an eye, Huisha went from a sage to a Tao lord with a grand completion Tao body. However, this was not the end. The improvement brought about by Kui Heng's dharmic powers was far from this. The phenomena of the previous realms were only on Divine Might planet. In order to avoid disturbing ordinary people, they were deliberately suppressed by Kui Heng. However, the next phenomenon shocked the heavens. Under the support of Kui Heng's dharmic powers, Huisha's Tao body's power began to spread to the heavens, searching for the heaven domain that contained intense killing intent. Then, it gathered and fused into his slaughter Tao body. Hence, at this moment, all the living beings in the 3 higher heavens, 9 middle heavens, 24 lower heavens, and 36 heavenly regions felt an extremely strong killing intent. This killing intent was extremely terrifying, causing even the Tao lords to feel fear. The lords of the heavens were shocked, and some ancient existences that had been sleeping for countless years were awakened and sensed this killing intent in extreme shock. Fusing techniques. Is this the fusion realm? There's actually someone in this era who can rely on their own strength to cultivate to the 8th realm of the immortal world. Unbelievable. Is there still such a heaven-defying genius? After the heaven realm disappeared, there was actually someone who could cultivate to the realm of fusion. Even in ancient times, this was a legendary figure. He had fused with the Tao body technique and proved himself as a lord of the heavens. Who had such achievements? In recent years, strange phenomena have been appearing frequently. There are often people who have achieved shocking Tao. Could this be a sign that the heaven realm is about to reopen? We have hope of advancing again. That's great, that's great. It's not in vain that we've been sleeping since ancient times. Euro. Ancient wills communicated in the void, and there was no lack of living fossils that had been sleeping for hundreds of thousands of years. They tried their best to reduce the loss of their vitality and lingered on in the most humble manner, dreaming that they could wait for the moment when the heaven realm reappeared. 2. However, Kui Heng's improvement in Huisha was not limited to the 8th realm of the immortal world. After Huisha reached the fusion realm, he followed the guidance of that trace of dharmic powers and found a heaven domain with the strongest killing intent. He opened up a hidden void in the sea of laws. In the end, he placed a wisp of his soul in the void. From then on, his soul would not be destroyed and could exist for eternity. At the same time, He enjoyed the nourishment of the endless great Tao and thousands of laws and began to step onto the path to ascension. Ninth realm of the immortal world. Ascension. The moment Wuxia stepped into the ninth realm of the immortal world, all the existences above the seventh realm in the myriad worlds sensed the terrifying killing intent on him. They also felt his pure nomological power. Ascension. A new ascension realm expert, a new lord of the higher heavens. This stunned the ancient existences who had just been woken up. They could not understand this situation at all. How could a person who had just broken through to the eighth realm of the immortal world place his soul in the void in the blink of an eye and become a lord of the higher heavens who stood at the peak of the 9 realms of the immortal world? This was too unbelievable. Chapter 399 Ascending to the Heavens with a Flick of a Finger. Immortal Venerable Lin Taihong, 2. Chapter 399 Ascending to the Heavens with a Flick of a Finger. Immortal Venerable Lin Taihong, 2. Unbelievable. However, two people knew what was going on. They were Daoist Fang He and Monk Yuan Ku, who had just returned to their heavenly domain. The two of them had seen Wuxia before and recognized his Tao heart. Wuxia's breakthrough was based on his Tao heart, so they sensed it. In the beginning, Daoist Fang He and Monk Yuan Ku thought that Wuxia was only breaking through to the Sage King realm. But when he reached the Tao body realm later on, they felt that something was wrong. They understood that Immortal Kui was probably helping Wuxia increase his cultivation realm. After all, under normal circumstances, it was impossible for a sage to become a creator or even a Tao lord in such a short period of time. However, what happened next was beyond their imagination. Fusion, ascension. Exalted Immortal actually directly raised a sage to the ascension realm. This is too unbelievable. Daoist Fang He was so shocked that his entire body was trembling. He almost suspected that he was hallucinating. This was the peak of the 9 realms of the immortal world. He had actually improved the other party's cultivation so easily. Even before the heaven realm disappeared, ascension realm experts were extremely rare in the myriad worlds. Even in the heaven realm, ascension realm experts would have a huge reputation. Even an immortal venerable who had gone beyond the first heavenly ladder realm could only rely on the uniqueness of the heaven realm to give a Tao lord or a creator authority to become a lord of the heavens. There was absolutely no method that could directly help people cultivate to the fusion realm, let alone directly help them cultivate to the ascension realm and step into the peak of the 9 realms of the immortal world. Even the legendary strongest existence, a 6th heaven gate realm expert, could not do it. How strong is exalted immortal? Daoist Fang He couldn't help but mutter, is this the strength of an ancient expert who started cultivating before the appearance of the heaven realm? It's too shocking. Could it be that the exalted immortal's realm is beyond the 2nd heavenly ladder realm? Is it the 7th heaven gate realm, or even the 8th or 9th heaven gate realm? Such a realm and cultivation level are only described in a few words in the most ancient books. He's an impressive figure with unbelievable power. I've actually spoken to such an existence before and was even assigned to do things by such a big shot. How fortunate, how fortunate. This is probably a blessing that I've cultivated for countless lifetimes. At the same time, in the Buddhist light Pure Land, Monk Yuan Ku sat cross-legged in his meditation room. His eyes were wide open, and his face was filled with shock. He said in disbelief, "Exalted Immortal, this is too powerful." In the blink of an eye, he raised a sage to the ascension realm. How many people at the fusion realm had cultivated for hundreds of thousands of years and reincarnated 100 times only to fail? He actually raised one so easily. Fortunately, I've never been disrespectful to Exalted Immortal. Now that I'm working for Exalted Immortal, there shouldn't be any danger. Amitabha, Amitabha. The phenomenon of Wuxia attaining the ascension realm shook the myriad worlds, but it did not cause any waves on Divine Might Planet. Therefore, no one knew what kind of earth-shattering thing had happened here. Thank you for your kindness, sir. Wuxia knelt in front of Kui Heng with extreme respect, his heart filled with gratitude. If not for you, I would never have been able to touch such a realm. He knew very well what level his aptitude was. It was already extremely lucky for him to be able to become a sage. If he relied on himself to cultivate, He might not be able to become a Tao Lord even when his lifespan was exhausted. Now, he was standing at the peak of the 9th realm of the immortal world and had become one of the strongest experts below the heaven realm. All of this was bestowed by Kui Heng. All I can do is do my best to be Sir's saber and handle everything Sir instructs me to do, Wuxia thought. I'm a pure saber. Sir's will is my will. Get up. Kui Heng nodded slightly and smiled. With your current cultivation realm, it will be much more convenient for you to do things when you reach Taihong Star. It will save you a lot of trouble. As you wish, sir, Wuxia said respectfully. All right, we'll go to Taihong Star in 3 days. Kui Heng nodded. In the next 3 days, Kui Heng did not arrange much. However, he left a spirit seed on Divine Might Planet, Purple Sun Star, and Taikang Star respectively. He told Li Mingqiong, Liu Litao, and Zheng Nanshuan that if there was an urgent matter, they could activate the spirit guide at any time. He would return immediately. The Myriad Heavens teleportation immortal incantation that had been upgraded to the Soul Formation realm could already instantly teleport him to a place with a spirit seed. The range had also expanded to thousands of light years. Therefore, to the current Kui Heng, traversing the distance of thousands of light years was no different from taking a walk. Returning to the Purple Sun realm from Taihong Star was just a matter of a small effort. When he had just cultivated the Myriad Heavens teleportation immortal incantation to the Soul Formation realm, Kui Heng even felt that although the universe was vast, it was nothing much. However, he quickly extinguished this thought. A mere few thousand light years of teleportation distance was really insignificant compared to this boundless universe. 3 days later, Kui Heng left the Purple Sun realm with Wuxia and headed for Taihong Star. 3,000 years ago, Taihong Star only had 7 sages and was just an ordinary living star. But now, it was completely different. The 3 mystic palaces, for Buddhist monasteries, and the ruler of the 21 immortal sects had become unprecedentedly powerful after a drastic change. Chapter 400 Ascending to the Heavens with a Flick of a Finger, Immortal Venerable Lin Taihong, 3. Chapter 400 Ascending to the Heavens with a Flick of a Finger, Immortal Venerable Lin Taihong, 3. There were 275 sages, 68 saint kings, and 5 creators here. The surrounding 31 worlds and 105 starry sky respected and worshipped them. Logically speaking, with such a powerful force, Taihong Star should be able to rest well in the starry skies of this era. They did not have to worry about being invaded by external enemies at all. After all, this was an era where a sage king could dominate the myriad worlds. Creators had the ability to suppress the heavens. The so-called Tao Lords were rare existences in the entire starfield. But in reality, Taihong Star was not peaceful, especially in the past 100 to 200 years. The starry skies market at the edge of it was invaded by an unknown force. There were even stars that disappeared into thin air, as if they had been refined by an unknown existence. Although this strange appearance had yet to threaten a normal living star, it was inevitable that this unknown crisis would make one feel terrified. Hence, many experts from the starry skies and realms nearby had moved to Taihong Star. In the eyes of most people, Taihong Star had many experts and several creators guarding it. It was definitely much safer than other places. However, this also caused some problems. Although Taihong Star was very huge and could easily carry a large number of immigrants, it was difficult to review the true origin of the new immigrants, allowing some people with ulterior motives to fish in troubled waters. For example, Yu Lei and Shi Qingyu came to Taihong Star like this. The former looked like a 17 or 18-year-old youth. He had handsome facial features and liked to wear green leather armor. His hair was light blue and his eyes were a little blue. The latter was a young woman in her 20s. She had a beautiful appearance and exquisite facial features. Her temperament was fresh and elegant. She wore a moon-white dress and gave off the feeling that she was from a humble family. At this moment, the two of them were walking on the streets of Fangtian City. This was one of the largest cities on Taihong Star. The streets were bustling with activity, and they actually chatted as if no one else was around. "Senior sister, are we going to continue hiding like this?" Yu Lei looked around and frowned. "When will it end?" The The strongest people here are only a few creators. I can just casually destroy them. You're saying that again. Shi Qingyu frowned slightly and glared at Yu Lei. We sealed our cultivation realms and suppressed the heavenly Tao. With the help of a few venerables, we crossed the domain not to kill a few creators. They had already set up an illusion restriction around them, so others could not hear their true conversation at all. I know. Isn't it because of the heaven gate here? Yu Lei said impatiently, in my opinion, there's not even a single heaven gate venerable here. We might as well kill our way over. Don't talk about the actions of the venerables, Shi Qingyu said in a low voice. She was about to say something when she suddenly saw two men looking over. One of the men was slightly older. His facial features were gentle and carried a hint of compassion. He looked like a monk who had returned to the mortal world. The other person was relatively young, looking to be in his early 20s. He was handsome and had an extraordinary temperament, but his gaze was very gentle. When one looked at him, they would feel as if they were bathing in a spring breeze. With Shi Qingyu's realm, she instantly saw through their cultivation and thought to herself, just an ordinary sage. I feel that something is wrong. Chapter 401 Your starfield is going to fall soon. Chapter 401 Your starfield is going to fall soon. After discovering that something was wrong with the two men, Shi Qingyu hurriedly left the street with Yu Lei and returned to her temporary residence. This behavior puzzled Yu Lei. In a courtyard north of Fangtian City, Yu Lei said unhappily, "Senior sister, why are we avoiding those two? They're just two sages." NSE. They're definitely not just sages. Shi Qingyu shook her head and said, I can sense an extremely deep and powerful aura from them. It far exceeds our current state. That's impossible. Yu Lei frowned when he heard this and said in a low voice, although our heavenly Tao power has been sealed and our souls have been split, and our cultivation has fallen from the fusion realm to the Tao body realm, we're still Tao lords at the peak of the seventh realm. If those two people far exceed our current state, wouldn't they be two lords of the heavens? That's impossible. The Venerable once said that in this galaxy, lords of the heavens powerhouses almost don't exist among the starry skies. My feelings are never wrong. Shi Qingyu was still certain in her heart. She said in a low voice, ever since I was born, my feelings have never been wrong. Those two are very dangerous. All right. Yu Lei seemed to have compromised and nodded in agreement. However, he asked, Senior sister, if those two are really very dangerous, what's the use of us returning to our courtyard? It's still different. I've set up an array here. Shi Qingyu nodded and smiled. The core of this array is a heavenly treasure that contains dense heavenly Tao power. Therefore, the power of this array formation is very powerful. It can even allow you and me to regain the power of the heavenly Tao for a short period of time and recover to the fusion realm. Boom. At this moment, Shi Qingyu and Yu Lei suddenly heard a crisp sound, as if something had shattered. The surrounding nomological power also changed slightly. Not good. Shi Qingyu was shocked. She looked at the sky in disbelief and grabbed Yu Lei. Let's go, we've been discovered. What? Yu Lei was stunned. The situation had changed too quickly. Shi Qingyu had just said how powerful this array formation was, but now, it had actually shattered. Did it have to be so fast? Unfortunately, it was too late to escape. Shi Qingyu had just flown up with Yu Lei when she suddenly felt the space around her distort. In the next moment, she realized that she and Yu Lei had returned to the courtyard. It was as if they had never left. How is this possible? He can actually silently fold space and completely blind my senses. Has the Lord of Heavens of this domain descended? Although Shi Qingyu was at the Tao body realm now, she was originally an expert at the fusion realm. She quickly saw through what was going on. But she was helpless. She could only bring Yu Lei around in this endless spatial cycle. In the end, she could only give up. May I know which senior made a move? Shi Qingyu put on a confused expression and bowed to the sky. If we siblings did something wrong, please tell us. She tried her best to act like a native martial artist. To Shi Qingyu, as long as she did not expose that she was from the outer world, it was acceptable. There was always a way to deal with the situation. Yu Lei lowered his head at the side and remained silent. His expression was gloomy, and it was unknown what he was thinking. 2 outer-world invaders came here and still dare to ask what they did wrong. A slightly teasing voice sounded in the void. Then, 2 young men appeared out of thin air in the courtyard. They were Huiheng and Wuxia. It was the 2 people Shiqingyu and Yu Lei had met on the street. What? How was this possible? Shiqingyu and Yu Lei's expressions changed drastically when they heard this. They looked at the 2 people who had suddenly appeared in disbelief. Immediately after, they attacked without holding back. They were about to release all the power contained in their Tao bodies and try to counterattack in this way and escape. Hence, the incomparably huge power in their Tao bodies erupted, affecting the laws and causing most of Taihong Star to tremble, waking up many creators and sage kings who were either in seclusion or cultivating. This level of Tao body power, could it be the descent of a Tao Lord? Outer world Tao Lords have appeared on Taihong Star? When did they come? It's in Fangtian City. Why would a Tao Lord attack? A stone that caused 1,000 ripples. In just an instant, the power of the Tao body erupted, causing a huge commotion on Taihong Star, making the leaders of the immortal sects extremely shocked. Impudent! But suddenly, another shout resounded throughout Taihong Star. It actually instantly suppressed the 2 extremely powerful Tao bodies. At the same time, the entire Taihong Star returned to its usual calm. It was as if nothing had happened. But this made the people on Taihong Star even more shocked and terrified. This was a power even stronger than a Tao Lord. It actually all appeared on Taihong Star. What exactly was going on? At this moment, in the very ordinary-looking courtyard, Shiqingyu and Yu Lei were sitting on the ground with pale faces, looking at Wuxia in shock. Lord of Heavens! Shiqingyu's face was filled with disbelief. She said bitterly, "Why is there a Lord of Heavens here? Why? Other than the 3 realm keepers, aren't the Lords of Heaven on your side already asleep? Why are you still able to find us here? Moreover, we've only been here for a few days." She could not figure out how they had been targeted. From the time their cultivation realm was sealed in the other world to the time they crossed the starfield barrier with the help of a few venerables and secretly arrived at Taihong Star, only a dozen days had passed. They also did not leave any traces of their activities at all. Even the characteristics of their Tao bodies had long been modified by the Heaven Gate venerables to match this starfield. They had already made so many preparations, so why were they still found? Shiqingyu could not figure this out no matter what. Actually, we just happened to pass by. Huiheng looked at Shiqingyu, who was filled with confusion, and chuckled. If you want to blame someone, blame yourselves for being too vigilant. You actually discussed the outer world realm on the streets. He and Wuxia had just arrived on Taihong Star. They did not expect to discover 2 people with special life auras. They were even talking about the outer world in public. They were just short of writing on their foreheads that they were from the outer world. Who else should they arrest if not them? Out of caution, Huiheng would not rashly cross realms to attack the outer world. However, he would not be polite to the people from the outer world who had come knocking on his door. Shiqingyu fell silent when she heard this. At the same time, she glared at Yu Lei. At this point, she knew that she had no chance of escaping. She closed her eyes and said, "Kill me." Actually, when she first came to this starfield, Shiqingyu was very cautious and would not talk about information about the outer world anywhere. However, as Yu Lei used the soundproofing method to discuss with her several times, things gradually became like this. Moreover, they were essentially lords of the heavens at the fusion realm. The soundproofing technique they used was at the fusion realm, and it was enough to deceive the senses of all living beings below the 9th realm of the immortal world. This was also one of the reasons why they gradually lowered their guard. After all, there was not even a single Tao Lord at the peak of the 7th realm on Taihong Star, let alone any experts at the 8th realm of the immortal world. In Shiqingyu's opinion, they had more or less reaped what they sowed. Hence, she planned to die generously for the star field she was born in. However, Yu Lei suddenly looked up at Huiheng and said, "Exalted Immortal, since you didn't kill us immediately, I believe we're still useful to you. I'm willing to explain what I know. Junior brother, You? Shichinyu immediately opened her eyes and looked at Yu Lei in disbelief. Her extreme anger made her breathing quicken. What did you say? Yu Lei ignored Shichinyu and continued to look at Kui Heng. His gaze was very firm as he said, for a lord of the heavens like you, information about the outer world must be very rare, right? I'm willing to tell you everything. You're shameless. Shichinyu couldn't help but curse. Oh. Kui Heng looked at Yu Lei with interest and chuckled. Why did you surrender so skillfully? Any living creature has the instinct to survive, Yu Lei said with a matter-of-fact expression. There's no need for me to sacrifice my life for the sake of others. Junior brother, are you worthy of the Venerable's nurturing? Shichinyu gritted her teeth and looked at Yu Lei in extreme disappointment. I've cultivated painstakingly for tens of thousands of years and fused my dharmic powers with my Tao body to become a lord of the heavens. I didn't come here to die. Yu Lei's expression was normal, and his tone was calm, as if he was talking about something extremely ordinary. Interesting. Kui Heng looked at Yu Lei and then at Shichinyu on the other side. He chuckled and said, Hui Sure, I'll leave this kid to you to interrogate. I'll deal with her. Yes, sir. Huisha bowed respectfully. He grabbed Yu Lei's shoulder and flew into the sky. All right. Kui Heng nodded slightly. Then, he looked at Shichinyu and smiled. Now, we're the only ones left. What do you want? Shichinyu frowned and closed her eyes. I won't say anything. Are you really going to insist? Kui Heng's gaze was gentle as he said to Shichinyu, Your companion is no longer here. There are no outsiders here. No matter what you say, they won't know. Shichinyu opened her mouth and hesitated before falling silent. After a long while, she took a deep breath and said in a low voice, You don't have to interrogate me anymore. I don't know anything, and I won't say anything. Your heaven realm has already been corroded, and many heaven gate experts are on the verge of death. The entire star field is about to collapse. It's impossible for me to side with you. Chapter 402 Investigation. Chapter 402 Investigation. Kui Heng immediately laughed when he heard this. Although Shichinyu's words were still stubborn, these threatening words were clearly her last struggle before her psychological defense collapsed. However, Kui Heng did not continue asking. Instead, he snorted coldly. What are you talking about? The heaven realm has existed since ancient times. There are countless experts in the heaven gate realm, and there are many immortal venerables. How can they be defeated by you outer world fellows? Stop lying to yourself. When Shichinyu heard Kui Heng say this, a trace of hope immediately ignited in her heart. She continued, If the heaven realm really has existed since ancient times, why did your heaven gate close and the heaven realm disappear? Think about it. In the past hundreds of thousands of years, have any new heaven gate experts appeared in the universe? Has anyone else stepped into the heaven gate? If I'm not wrong, you're a Lord of Heaven's expert in the 9th realm of the immortal world. You should have seen some of the mysteries of the heaven gate. Are you sure you can still ascend the heaven gate now? Kui Heng was silent when he heard this. He seemed to have fallen into deep thought and did not speak for a long time. His actually silent. Shichinyu's eyes suddenly lit up. She realized that something was wrong with Kui Heng's situation. This didn't seem like he was going to interrogate her. Could it be? Speculations immediately rose in her heart. She thought to herself, did my words resonate with him just now, or did he have such plans in the first place? That's right, this place's heaven realm has disappeared for hundreds of thousands of years. No matter how strong he is, he will still feel despair. Thinking of this, Shichinyu suddenly relaxed a lot in her heart. The expression on her face suddenly became confident, and a smile actually appeared on her face. Senior, it's not easy to cultivate from a mortal to the ascension realm. It's like going from an ant to the peak of the immortal world, right? She actually asked Kui Heng with a smile, Did you receive a message from the 3 lords of the heavens? She actually asked Kui Heng, as if she was the one doing the interrogating. Do you think I'll tell you? Kui Heng raised his eyebrows slightly and pretended to be dissatisfied. He said in a low voice, Aren't you afraid that I'll kill you directly? Senior, If you really wanted to kill me, you wouldn't have said such things. Shi Qingyu seemed to be even more convinced of her guess. She looked up at the sky and then at Kui Heng. She smiled and said, "You actually never wanted to kill us. You never did, right? Ridiculous." Kui Heng sneered, but he did not say anything. "You specially got someone to take my junior brother away, not to break my psychological defense." Shi Qingyu actually stood up and no longer maintained her kneeling posture. She stared at Kui Heng and said with a burning gaze, "You wanted to say something to me, right?" "I don't know what you're talking about." Kui Heng still shook his head. His gaze was cold, but he did not take any practical actions. "When the experts from our side attack this region, the Heaven Gate will reopen." Shi Qingyu said with a smile, "At that time, you will also have a chance to ascend the Heaven Gate." "Is that true?" Kui Heng asked with a frown. "It's true. I'm the disciple of a Heaven Gate venerable. My master told me this himself," Shi Qingyu said with certainty. "It's not fake at all." Kui Heng suddenly sneered. "The Heaven Realm is still around. How can the outer world really attack our side? Dream on. Is that so?" Shi Qingyu glanced at Kui Heng. At the same time, she secretly circulated the power in her body. The moment she said the first two words, she suddenly transformed into a stream of light and soared into the sky. In the blink of an eye, she disappeared. Shi Qingyu had escaped. Moreover, the moment she escaped, she sent Yu Lei a message. This made Yu Lei's expression change drastically. Then, he hurriedly turned into a stream of light and left Taihong Star with Shi Qingyu. Wuxia stood where he was and did not pursue. He did not seem surprised by the situation. Then, he landed and returned to Kui Heng's side. "Sir, both of them have escaped." Wuxia bowed respectfully to Kui Heng and asked, "Do you value this outer world very much? As long as they're enemies, we have to figure out their situation first." Kui Heng smiled and said, "Asking people is ultimately not as good as seeing what's going on with your own eyes." "Sir is meticulous," Wuxia praised. "It's just going with the flow." Kui Heng waved his hand and said, "These two can be considered as me getting a feel of the way in advance. For now, we should investigate the matter of Taihong Star first. Go and look for Hong Runshi and Hong Renshu. I want to see them." "Yes, sir." Wuxia cupped his hands and bowed. Shi Qingyu and Yu Lei both maintained their peak 7th realm cultivation. Their flying speed was extremely fast, and it did not take long for them to escape to the void of the universe far away from Taihong Star. "Senior sister, you actually persuaded that 9th realm Lord of Heaven to rebel?" Yu Lei looked at Shi Qingyu beside him in extreme surprise. He felt that this was like a fantasy story that was unbelievable. "I can't say that he's persuaded to rebel. I can only say that he doesn't have much intention of killing us to begin with." Shi Qingyu shook her head gently and said, "The heaven realm in this starfield has disappeared for too long. Since the cultivators can't see any hope beyond the 9th realm of the immortal world, they'll naturally have other thoughts. This is not a strange thing. I'm just taking advantage of the situation." "What about you? Did you really tell him everything?" "Haha, how is that possible? I'm not stupid." Yu Lei shook his head and smiled. "I pretended to surrender just now because I wanted to use some unimportant information to fool them. The defeat of this starfield is already a foregone conclusion. Why would I change sides at this time? Could it be that I want to be punished by the venerables when they attack in the future? Moreover, a portion of our souls are still in the sect. Even if we are beaten to death here, we can still revive in the sect. There's nothing to be afraid of." "That's right." Shi Qingyu nodded and smiled. "However, the fact that Taihong Star actually has a 9th realm expert is beyond our expectations, and it's also beyond the expectations of all the venerables. This means that this star field might not be as weak as the venerables think. There might still be some trump cards. We have to report this now." "That's right." Yu Lei nodded in agreement. "We'll go back immediately." The two of them turned into streams of light and flew towards the edge of the starry sky. After getting further away from Taihong Star, they finally activated a secret technique and teleported out of the starfield. However, Shi Qingyu and Yu Lei did not notice that after leaving Taihong Star, a small person was sitting 3 feet above their heads. These two little people looked like Kui Heng as they looked down at them coldly. Shi Qingyu and Yu Lei left the star field, and the two little people left with them. At the same time, the appearance of the outer world starry skis appeared in Kui Heng's divine sense. Many Tao runes, laws, and essence energy were reflected in his perception as the two little people touched them. The appearance of the outer world realm appeared in his mind. As expected, it's more practical to personally come into contact with the situation in the outer world. Kui Heng's eyes flickered as he chuckled. Those people in the samsara world can also take on this heavy responsibility. Chapter 403 How was Fuguei before he left? Chapter 403 How was Fuguei before he left? After hundreds of years, Hong Renshi and Hong Renshu were no longer as weak as before. As the elder brother, Hong Renshi had already become a limitless golden immortal. Hong Renshu had also reached the peak of the golden immortal realm. It was only a matter of time before he truly became a limitless golden immortal. To be able to have such a cultivation realm at 400 years old, he could be considered a genius no matter where he was. If it was in the past, the two brothers would have made a name for themselves everywhere on Taihong Star and become hot-blooded young experts. However, the situation on Taihong Star had changed drastically in the past 100 years. Not only were there immigrants from other starry sky realms, but there were also turbulent undercurrents in the local forces of Taihong Star. Those young geniuses with great reputations would often die unnatural deaths. Even the elders and experts of the family could not escape death. Therefore, Hong Renshi and Hong Renshu had almost never wandered outside. Most of the time, they stayed in the mountain base of the Heaven Chapter Mystic Palace. Even if they went out to train, they would go to places far away from Taihong Star. They would try their best to go to some orderly and stable starry sky or realms. They would also be escorted by experts to ensure the safety of their journey. This was not being pampered. In the past 100 years, too many young geniuses had died on Taihong Star. And the reason was unknown. Even the creators could not find the reason. Hong Renshi and Hong Renshu were also well aware of this situation. Therefore, as long as they went out, they would definitely be vigilant. But even so, on the way back from their training, as soon as they entered the starry sky where planet Taihong was, they were attacked by a mysterious force. The sage who secretly escorted them died on the spot. If not for their great-grandfather, the master of the Heaven Chapter Mystic Palace, Zhao Tian, attacking, they might have been killed in body and soul. In a courtyard in the Heaven Chapter Mystic Palace, Hong Renshu frowned, still in shock. He couldn't help but say, "Brother, what do you think is going on? Who is targeting us and Taihong Star?" "I don't know." Hong Renshi shook his head and frowned. "I've asked my great-grandfather before. The one who attacked us earlier was a sage king. After that person was killed by my great-grandfather, he actually disappeared into thin air without leaving any traces. It's as if he had never appeared. It's impossible to investigate at all. This is too bizarre. Damn it." Hong Renshu clenched his fists, his face filled with anger and unwillingness. He gritted his teeth and said, "When I become a creator, I'll definitely capture these rats hiding in the dark and not leave a single one alive. You two children, don't worry about these things first." At this moment, a gentle voice sounded. A middle-aged woman who looked to be in her 40s walked into the courtyard. Her facial features were gentle and beautiful. One could tell that she was a beauty when she was young. Although she looked middle-aged and was dressed simply, her temperament was elegant and her actions were graceful. One could tell at a glance that she was not an ordinary person. Beside her was a young maidservant. She wore a light red dress and her head was lowered. Her posture was respectful and inconspicuous. "Grandma, why are you here?" Hong Renshi looked at the middle-aged woman in surprise. Then, he pulled his younger brother, Hong Renshu, beside him and bowed. This middle-aged woman's name was Zhao Hongzi. She was Hong Renshi and Hong Renshu's grandmother, Hong Fuguei's wife. "I heard that you were attacked in space, so Grandma came to take a look." Zhao Hongzi came to the two of them and stroked their heads lovingly. She sighed softly and said, "It's been hard on you all these years. You don't even have the freedom to go out and train normally. It's all the fault of those rats hiding in the dark." Hong Renshu's face was still filled with anger as he said in a low voice, "Grandma, do you know what's going on? Great-grandfather didn't tell us in detail." "Renshu, your great-grandfather must have his reasons." Hong Renshi shook his head and said, "Moreover, your great-grandfather told us some things. At the very least, we already know that the person who attacked us was a sage king. What's the use of just this?" Hong Renshu was impatient and snorted. "We don't even know where the sage king came from. How can we catch those rats? It's for your own good that father didn't tell you in detail." Zhao Hongxi pulled the two of them to sit down and explained, "This matter is very important. If we're not careful, the entire Taihong Star might fall into a hopeless situation. It's actually so serious." Hong Renshi's eyes widened when he heard this. Clearly, he did not expect such serious consequences. He said in surprise, "We have 5 creators here. In the current starry skies of the myriad worlds, a sage king was already at the level of the universe. He was enough to rule a large world. Creators were legendary existences. The reason why Taihong Star could make the surrounding 31 worlds and 105 galaxies respect it was because there were 5 creators here. Such a force could be said to be very powerful among the starry skies. What kind of crisis could make such a powerful planet like Taihong Star face eternal damnation? Could it be a Tao Lord that only existed in the records?" Hong Renshi and Hong Renshu were very puzzled. Zhao Hongxi shook her head gently and sighed. "Creators are indeed powerful, and Taihong Star is indeed not weak. However, in the wider universe, these might just be insignificant forces." These words made Hong Renshi and Hong Renshu fall silent. Although they had lived under the protection of the sect and elders for a long time and were still relatively young, they could tell what Zhao Hongxi meant. Chapter 404 How was Fuguei before he left? 2. Chapter 404 How was Fuguei before he left? 2. The crisis Taihong Star was facing now was very likely beyond the limits of what the 5 creators could withstand. It was an existence that exceeded their imagination. In that case, Hong Renshi opened his mouth but hesitated. He hesitated for a moment and said, "Grandma, if it's really that serious, can we go to the 5 Views realm to look for immortal venerable Kui Heng?" "You mean Fuguei's teacher?" Zhao Hongxi frowned slightly when she heard that. She was silent for a moment before shaking her head and saying, "Let's not do that for now. I'll find a chance to discuss it with father. If there's really a need, I'll talk about it again." "All right." Hong Renshi nodded. He was not surprised by this outcome. He suddenly became worried. Actually, after they returned from the 5 Views realm hundreds of years ago, they had already told their grandmother, Zhao Hongxi, about meeting their grandfather's teacher in the 5 Views realm. However, at that time, Zhao Hongxi's reaction was actually not the surprise they expected. Instead, she looked a little worried. She even instructed them not to tell their great-grandfather about this. This made Hong Renshi clearly feel that something was wrong. Perhaps the reason why his grandfather left Taihong Star back then was not as simple as what he knew. He had also tried to ask his father, but the answer he received was that children should not ask too much. Now that Taihong Star was facing such a serious crisis, after he suggested asking immortal venerable Kui Heng for help, his grandmother actually still hesitated. It could be seen that the secret behind this was not small. Could it be that Grandpa really was unhappy about something when he left back then? Thinking of this, Hong Renshi's entire body suddenly tensed up, and a dense fear surged in his heart. He had once seen Kui Heng break through to the peak of the nascent soul realm with his own eyes. The phenomenon of the heavens appearing together had long been deeply imprinted in his mind, and he would never forget it. Therefore, in Hong Renshi's understanding, Kui Heng was a supreme being, an expert who surpassed everything. And such an expert was his grandfather's most respected teacher. If Grandpa really had any conflict with his great-grandfather or Taihong Star, or was even forced to leave Taihong Star, the consequences would be unimaginable. To Hong Renshi, he did not know if the so-called crisis Taihong Star was facing could really put Taihong Star into a hopeless situation, but he knew very well that Kui Heng could definitely do it. There was no doubt about it. Hong Renchi's psychological fluctuations naturally could not be hidden from Zhao Hongxi, who was already a sage king. "Elevenor, you don't have to be too worried." Zhao Hongxi comforted him. "Grandma and your great-grandfather are just not ready to ask for help yet. Don't think too much." It would have been better if she hadn't said that. Now that she did, Hong Renchi felt even more worried. "Young masters, there's someone here to visit." At this moment, a servant in green rushed over and interrupted Hong Renchi's thoughts. This was a servant assigned by the courtyard. He was usually in charge of cleaning the courtyard and reporting information. When the servant saw Zhao Hongxi, he hurriedly bowed and said, "Greetings, elder. Dispense with the ceremonies." Zhao Hongxi waved her hand gently, indicating for the servant to stand up. She smiled and said, "Who's here to visit?" "Elder, I don't know that person." The servant shook his head at first and said, "That person calls himself Hui Shi and is here to look for young masters Runchi and Runshu." "Oh." Zhao Hongxi began to think when she heard this. She indeed did not have any impression of an expert called Hui Shi. "What? Hui Shi?" Hong Renshu jumped up in shock. Hui Shi?" Hong Renshi was also incomparably shocked. He hurriedly asked, "Is it a kind-looking man who looks like a monk, but there's always a hint of killing intent between his brows?" That's right. The servant nodded and said, "So you know him, young Master Runchi. I'm relieved. Do you want to let him in?" Hong Renshi hesitated slightly. He looked at Zhao Hongxi beside him and hesitated. "Elevenor, why are you looking at me?" Zhao Hongxi was a little puzzled. She smiled and asked, "Who is this Hui Shi?" "Grandma, this Hui Shi is immortal venerable Kui Heng's follower." Hong Renshi told her clearly. Since Hui Shi is already here, immortal venerable Kui is most likely already on Taihong Star. "What?" The smile on Zhao Hongxi's face froze, and her eyes were filled with worry. She exhaled softly and said, "Let him in." "We're meeting here?" Hong Renshi asked subconsciously. He was a little worried that Hui Shi would learn something important from Zhao Hongxi. That would be a huge problem. "Yes, let's meet here." Zhao Hongxi nodded and said, "Since his immortal venerable Kui's follower, he should be your uncle. Go out and welcome him." "Yes, Grandma." Hong Renshi and Hong Renshu left the courtyard to welcome Hui Shi. Hence, at this moment, only Zhao Hongxi and her maidservant were left in the courtyard. "Madam, you seem a little worried," the maidservant whispered. Although her cultivation was not high, she had been by Zhao Hongxi's side for hundreds of years. She could tell that Zhao Hongxi had undergone some psychological changes. "I have to be worried." Zhao Hongxi shook her head gently and sighed. She looked outside and took a deep breath. Of course, everything has yet to be settled, so it's not good to jump to conclusions too early. After a while, Hong Renshi and Hong Renshu welcomed Hui Shi into the house. Zhao Hongxi was about to size up Hui Shi, but with just a glance, she felt as if she had seen a bottomless netherworld, filled with a cold and deathly aura. This shocked her and she hurriedly looked away. Hui Shi naturally noticed Zhao Hongxi's gaze. He cupped his hands and bowed. This must be the grandmother of the two young masters, Elder Zhao Hongxi of the Heaven Chapter Mystic Palace, Sage Zhao. According to Kui Heng's instructions, it was necessary to show a little bit of strength when coming to the Heaven Chapter Mystic Palace to look for someone. This way, they could avoid many unnecessary troubles and conflicts. As for how much strength he displayed, Kui Heng did not specify. It was completely up to Hui Shi to decide. Therefore, the aura he revealed now had not reached the 9th realm. Instead, he was only revealing the aura of a peak 7th realm Dao Lord. But even so, Zhao Hongxi's heart was in turmoil. Dao Lord. That aura just now was clearly the Dao power of a perfected Dao body. It's too powerful. Zhao Hongxi was bewildered in her heart. Even his follower is a Dao Lord. Could it really be as Elevenor and the others said? Is Fugue's teacher really a supreme existence? However, although she was shocked in her heart, she still bowed without batting an eyelid and said with a smile, Senior Wuxia, you're so dedicated to your work. I'm extremely impressed. Elder, there's no need to be so polite. I'm just here on behalf of Sir to invite the two young masters, Wuxia said directly. If Elder has no objections, can I bring them away as soon as possible? It's indeed their honor to be invited by immortal venerable Kui. I wonder if I can make a presumptuous request. Zhao Hongxi said solemnly, I also want to pay my respects to immortal venerable Kui Heng and have something to say to him. Of course. Wuxia nodded and smiled. Sir instructed me before he let me go out that if anyone from the Heaven Chapter Mystic Palace wants to go with me, they can bring a few more guests. Thank you. Zhao Hongxi bowed respectfully. In a courtyard, Kui Heng, who was resting on the chair, suddenly opened his eyes and looked at the four people behind Wuxia. Before Wuxia brought these people back, he had already informed Kui Heng about the people who were coming. Greetings, immortal venerable. Greetings, immortal venerable. When everyone arrived, they bowed in unison. All right. Kui Heng nodded slightly. After sweeping his gaze across the four of them, it landed on Zhao Hongxi and he smiled. How was Fugue before he left Taihong Star? Chapter 405 The Starry Sky with Extremely Different Dao Rules. Chapter 405 The Starry Sky with Extremely Different Dao Rules. Zhao Hongxi, Hong Renshi, and Hong Renshu were taken away from the courtyard of the Heaven Chapter Mystic Palace by Wuxia. Therefore, the three of them left first. As the sect master of the Heaven Chapter Mystic Palace, Zhao Tianyi quickly received the news. The person who reported to him was none other than the Sage King, Uncle Zhu, who had once been the Hong brothers' guard. His real name was Lu Zhu, and he was a servant Zhao Tianyi had taken in before he became a human immortal. He was extremely loyal. You mean, you saw immortal venerable Kui Heng's follower? Zhao Tianyi sat on the sect master's throne with a frown. His eyes flickered as his thoughts raced. That's right. Lu Zhu nodded and said, although that person is suspected to be a Dao Lord now, I recognize his power aura. I can't be wrong. Zhao Tianyi fell silent for a moment before gently closing his eyes. Is that immortal venerable Kui really as powerful as you say? He easily created thousands of sages and caused the phenomena of the heavens to appear. It's absolutely true, Lu Zhu said with a very serious expression. Everyone in the Five Views realm knows about these things. Even if hundreds of years have passed, no one will forget it. With such power and a Dao Lord as his follower, he's probably a Lord of the Heavens. Zhao Tianyi had a plan in his heart. At the same time, he felt a little regretful. He sighed softly and said, was I wrong to let Hongwu leave Taihong Star back then? We're on different sides. You're not wrong. Lu Zhu shook his head and said, Hongwu's thoughts are too extreme. He still doesn't understand how to hide his strength and bide his time. If he continues to stay on Taihong Star, I'm afraid he'll encounter trouble. Letting him leave is also protecting his life. The Heaven Chapter Mystic Palace was one of the 3 mystic palaces on Taihong Star. The sect master, Zhao Tianyi, was also one of the 5 creators. This was indeed an extremely powerful force. However, Taihong Star was not united. Therefore, even if the Heaven Chapter Mystic Palace protected Hong Fugue, the other 2 mystic palaces, the 4 Buddhist monasteries, and the 21 immortal sects already regarded him as a thorn in their side and wished they could kill him. If Hong Fugue had not left Taihong Star back then, he might have died in an accident. After all, his thoughts and plans had directly touched the fundamental interests of all the middle and upper echelons of Taihong Star. Countless people wished they could peel his skin and eat his flesh. No, you're wrong. Zhao Tianyi suddenly shook his head and sighed softly. He said to Lu Zhu, at this moment, whether my actions back then were right or wrong is no longer something that you and I can decide. Lu Zhu lowered his head when he heard this. After thinking for a moment, he understood. He could not help but say bitterly, you're right. That's indeed the case. This will all depend on immortal venerable Kui's will. Get ready. Zhao Tianyi stood up and said to Lu Zhu, Prepare a generous gift and bring the things Hongwu left behind back then. I'll go over and apologize to Immortal Venerable Kui. Why are you doing this? Lu Ju could not bear it. In his heart, Zhao Tianyi had always been high and mighty, omnipotent. Now, he had to personally apologize. Lu Ju, your thoughts are wrong. Zhao Tianyi shook his head and said, if Immortal Venerable Kui can accept my apology, this should be an honor for me. After all, he's very likely a lord of the heavens. How was Fu Guo before he left Taihong Star? Zhao Hongxi did not expect Kui Heng to ask so directly. She was slightly stunned. She organized her words and said bitterly, Immortal Venerable, when my husband left, his situation could be said to be neither good nor bad. Oh. Kui Heng's eyes narrowed slightly as he said indifferently, I don't really like this ambiguous description. Tell me the exact situation directly. Immortal Venerable, please forgive me. Everything I said just now is true. Zhao Hongxi immediately knelt down and said extremely sincerely, at that time, Fu Guo was hated by many creators and sage kings, so his situation wasn't good. However, he's my husband and has also cultivated the martial techniques of the Heaven Chapter Mystic Palace. Naturally, he will be protected by my father, so his situation can't be considered bad. Lil Fu Guo is hated by many creators and the Sage King? Kui Heng understood the reason after thinking for a moment. He looked at Zhao Hongxi and chuckled. In that case, letting Lil Fu Guo leave Taihong Planet is also to save his life. Zhao Hongxi was silent for a moment before saying, I wouldn't dare to lie to Immortal Venerable. Actually, with the power of the Heaven Chapter Mystic Palace, it's not impossible for them to do their best to protect my husband. But if we do that, the Heaven Chapter Mystic Palace will definitely be greatly injured. In order to prevent the sect from suffering too many losses and to prevent a war from erupting, I persuaded him to leave Taihong Star. Grandma, you persuaded Grandpa to leave? Hong Runshu looked at Zhao Hongxi in disbelief and said in confusion, you clearly often told me that Grandpa was a person with lofty aspirations and great ideals. Why did you persuade him to leave? Grandma, Hong Runshu opened his mouth, but he swallowed his questions. He already understood Zhao Hongxi's difficulties. What did Fu Guo think at that time? Kui Heng did not comment on Zhao Hongxi's words and asked instead. Before my husband left, he said, it's indeed not the time to instill the theories of the Great Harmony on Taihong Star. I was too anxious to succeed. Zhao Hongxi said in a low voice, however, he wasn't depressed. He even said that he left this time to return better. Ha ha ha, this kid is still so stubborn. Kui Heng suddenly laughed and waved his hand. Get up. Don't kneel. Hui Sure, find a few chairs for them to sit down on. I want to hear what Fu Guo has done since he came to Taihong Star. He was only a sage when he left Taihong Star. How did he become the enemy of so many sage kings and creators? To be able to attract so much hostility from so many people, it was not a small ability. Immortal Venerable, actually, when husband and I first arrived on Taihong Star, we didn't do anything. Although Zhao Hongxi sat down, she was still respectful as she continued. In the first 100 years, he had actually been focused on cultivation. Occasionally, he would integrate into the places where ordinary people lived and experience their lives. According to him, this is called having no right to speak without an investigation. After becoming a limitless golden immortal, my husband began to truly take action. The first thing he did was to create a martial technique that pointed straight at the limitless golden immortal realm. After establishing the martial technique, he gave out the cultivation method of the 12 realms of the mortal realm for free, giving everyone a chance to learn martial arts. Then, he opened a martial Dao academy and recruited disciples on a large scale. As long as one could cultivate the free martial cultivation technique to the Qi transformation realm, they could apply to enter the martial Dao academy. In the martial academy, not only will he teach more profound martial arts, but he will also instill some thoughts and ideals in the students, letting them understand that there is no barrier in pursuing the Dao just because one is from ordinary or even poor backgrounds. Even the poorest people have the qualifications to learn basic martial cultivation. After knowing their aptitude for martial cultivation, they have a chance to pursue a higher realm. This caused many sects to lose their source of new disciples. At the same time, martial cultivation became common, and cultivators became common. Cultivators were no longer high and mighty. To many sect martial artists, this situation is unacceptable. They've long become used to the gazes of ordinary people looking up to them, and they're also used to the so-called noble status. Naturally, they won't allow all of this to be destroyed. Hence, conflicts were born. Many disciples of the sects came to find trouble with the Martial Tao Academy, but they were all beaten back by my husband. Instead, their reputation increased, and more people joined the Martial Tao Academy. Actually, if it's just these, although it's enough to make many sects hate my husband, it's not enough to make him the public enemy of most sects. All of the trouble came from a class that my husband taught. In this class, he simply described the great harmony world that he wanted to establish. At this point, Kui Heng already understood what was going on. Clearly, the mystic palaces, Buddhist monasteries, and immortal sects on Taihong Star were frightened by the concept of the Great Harmony World. After all, according to the division of the Great Harmony World, 99% of them were destined to be hung on flagpoles. Although Hong Fuguei was only accumulating strength in reality and was far from being able to hang people on flagpoles, it was enough to make these people panic. Lil Fuguei has a straightforward personality. Some things are not suitable to be said before he really decides to do it. Kui Heng shook his head gently and sighed. He revealed it too early. At this point, he paused and smiled. However, I won't let off anyone who dares to target him and suppress him, forcing him to leave. Thank you, Immortal Venerable. Zhao Hongxi bowed respectfully and finally heaved a sigh of relief. She had always been worried that Kui Heng would blame the Heaven Chapter Mystic Palace for not protecting Hong Fuguei with all their might and let him leave. Now that the dust seemed to have settled, she could finally relax. There's no hurry to thank me. Kui Heng looked outside and chuckled. I know that you didn't persuade Fuguei to leave. Why did you say that you did it? Were you trying to take the blame for someone? Immortal Venerable, Zhao Hongxi's face turned pale when she heard this. Extreme fear filled her heart, and she could not even speak. Let's talk about it when your father comes. Kui Heng waved his hand. Now, he had a better understanding of Hong Fuguei's actions on Taihong Star. As for who persuaded him to leave, it was just a minor detail and not worth caring about. What he really cared about was Hong Fuguei's final movements. Where did Fuguei go after he left Taihong Star? Kui Heng asked. Do you know? Immortal Venerable, my husband once told me where he planned to go, Zhao Hongxi hurriedly said. That's a spatial passageway he accidentally discovered. As long as he passes through that spatial passageway, he'll be able to arrive at a starry sky where the nomological Tao runes are very different from this place. It's very beneficial to increase his cultivation of the myriad techniques return to one realm. The nomological Tao runes are very different from this starry sky. A spatial passageway? Kui Heng frowned when he heard this. Chapter 446 Sacred Body Treasure Medicine, God's Possession, 2. Chapter 446 Sacred Body Treasure Medicine, God's Possession, 2. Although there were guards here and only people with shaman markings and higher realms were allowed to enter, this restriction was equivalent to nothing to Kui Heng. Soon, he brought Hui Shi and the yellow-scarved strongman to the square in front of the hero's pavilion. At this moment, there were already more than 100 people standing here. There were more than 30 people at the Tao imprint realm. 7 or 8 of them even had the aura of divine body realm on them. They were all here to acquire information about Li Mingcheng's whereabouts. Some were for the heart of the ancient sacred body, while others came for the treasure blood of the sacred body. If I can find Li Mingcheng, I can ask him why he could come to the heaven realm directly from the heavenly void world. Perhaps it can increase my understanding of the heaven realm and deepen my communication with it. Kui Heng thought to himself, if he's willing, I can send him back to the lower world and let the siblings reunite. Mingqiang can also have a helper when she governs the country. The effect of the bronze mirror was to open a passageway between the 3 higher heavens and the heaven realm. This was not a one-way path. If one could come to the heaven realm from the 3 heavens, they could naturally return to the 3 higher heavens from the heaven realm. Just as Kui Heng was thinking about what to do next, the surrounding crowd suddenly became restless. They looked up and saw a green stream of light rising from the palace and instantly crossing the sky to descend in front of the hero's pavilion. Then, the green light dissipated and 3 figures walked out. At the front was a beautiful and cold-looking girl. She looked to be 18 or 19 years old. She was tall and wore a light green dress. She was refreshing to behold, elegant, and extraordinary. It was the princess of the Wood Nation, Mu Lingyun. Behind her were maidservants in plain clothes. They lowered their heads slightly with respectful expressions. "Thank you all for waiting." Mu Lingyun smiled. Her voice was gentle and without any nervousness. This was clearly someone who had seen big scenes before. She was not timid at all in the face of such a crowd. Moreover, she herself had the cultivation of the Tao imprint realm, so she could look at the many experts present equally. However, as soon as she finished speaking, "We've indeed been waiting a long time." A cold male voice came from the crowd. Then, a young man more than 9 feet tall walked out. He looked to be in his 20s. He had a handsome face and wore purple scaled armor. He held a spear with a blood-colored dragon pattern carved on it. He looked very fierce. Some people in the crowd recognized him and exclaimed, "It's the 7th young master of the Evergreen Heights, Jing Kaihong." It's said that he has already entered the shaman markings realm since he was 10 years old. 10 years old. Oh my god, is this still a cultivation speed that a human can achieve? It's said that there are many ancient books stored in Evergreen Heights. It's not certain if they know the ancient cultivation methods. Everyone whispered, and Kui Heng's eyes lit up. There were many ancient books stored in Evergreen Heights. This was also quite beneficial to his further understanding of the heaven realm. At this moment, Mu Lingyun looked at him coldly and said indifferently, "Young Master Jing doesn't look like he's here to look for Li Mingcheng. Do you want to attack?" He. Jing Kaihong sneered when he heard this. He raised his chin slightly and said, "The Wood Emperor sent a princess out to answer our questions. Could it be that he thinks that we will be soft-hearted just because we see you? Unfortunately, I'm not someone who cares about the fairer sex. I advise you to hand over Li Mingcheng's whereabouts immediately. Otherwise, bear the consequences yourself." We rushed over from the core area of the Qinghua domain to find Li Mingcheng. I can tell you about Li Mingcheng's whereabouts. Mu Lingyun still looked around at everyone calmly. Finally, she looked at Jing Kaihong and said indifferently, "But Li Mingcheng is not an inanimate object. He can move himself. The answer I give now might not really lead you to him." Actually, she did not know Li Mingcheng's whereabouts at all. This was because the eldest prince himself did not know either, but this explanation was weak. At this point, no one would believe that they did not know. They could only give an answer that might not be effective. "Whether we can find him or not is our business. You don't have to worry about it," Jing Kaihong said in a low voice. "As long as you're telling the truth and it's indeed where Li Mingcheng has been." "All right." Mu Lingyun nodded decisively and pointed to the north. He's in the tranquil sea desert at the border of the northern wasteland. He wants to find a safe and stable place to refine the heart of the ancient sacred body. Moreover, there are too many places in the tranquil sea desert that are uninhabited within 100 miles where he can hide in. "Very good." Jing Kaihong praised and nodded with a smile. "As for whether your answer is true or false, I have my ways to verify it. If it's fake." He. With that, he turned around and walked out. A few people in the crowd hurriedly followed him and left the square in front of the hero's pavilion. The others also began to take action. They wanted to leave this place and rush to the tranquil sea desert at the border of the northern wasteland to capture Li Mingcheng. But at this moment, a loud bang suddenly came from outside the hero's pavilion. Boom! It was as if a huge force had exploded, causing the ground to tremble extremely violently. Immediately after, a powerful wave of air surged over from outside. Whoosh! 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 Like a tsunami, it roared and rushed over, actually leaving many experts at the shaman marking and Tao marking realms with no room to resist. They were blown out or sat on the ground. Thank you for reading on my box novel. Com. Chapter 447 Sacred Body Treasure Medicine, God's Possession, 3. Chapter 447 Sacred Body Treasure Medicine, God's Possession, 3. Who is it? Who ambushed us? Jing Qihong's voice came from outside the hero's pavilion. He was clearly furious to the extreme and his voice was filled with killing intent. Qihong was not surprised by this situation. Actually, when Jing Qihong stood up and could not wait to ask, he sensed that someone with a powerful aura had arrived outside the hero's pavilion. Moreover, the heart in this person's body was golden and emitted vast divine power. He was already infinitely close to a god and was even holding a weapon. It was obvious that he had ill intentions. There was a high chance that it was Li Mingcheng himself. As expected, as soon as Jing Qihong left the hero's pavilion, he was attacked and caught off guard on the spot, and 2 of his followers died. Boom! With another loud bang, the ground trembled again. At the same time, a figure had already arrived in front of Jing Qihong and looked down at him. This was a young man who looked to be in his 20s. He had sharp eyebrows and a defined face. He was 9 feet tall and wore tiger-patterned beast skin. Half of his upper body was exposed, and his skin was suffused with a faint golden light that contained explosive power. Boom! The young man stepped on Jing Qihong's face and sneered. Do you think you can capture me? You overestimate yourself. This scene was seen by those who also wanted to capture Li Mingcheng. They all retreated in horror, and some people could not help but exclaim, God! Has Li Mingcheng already fused with the heart of the ancient sacred body? It's over, his divine strength has been formed. But just as everyone was feeling extremely shocked, Jing Qihong, who was being stepped on by Li Mingcheng, suddenly laughed. Ha 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 ha. Ha ha ha. Jing Qihong lay on the ground and laughed until his entire body was trembling. You're indeed out. You're indeed close to the divine body realm. Such treasure blood is just nice. Li Mingcheng's expression changed drastically. He immediately retreated, wanting to widen the distance between him and Jing Qihong. However, after Jing Qihong finished speaking, the aura on his body actually began to rise rapidly. In the blink of an eye, he surpassed the Tao imprint realm. He had actually become a god. Therefore, Jing Qihong could still only chase after Li Mingcheng without being pulled away at all. Moreover, his aura directly suppressed Li Mingcheng, who had yet to truly become a god. No matter how strong one's physique was, it was impossible to cross the gap between major realms. When Wuxia saw this, he could not help but ask in a low voice, Sir, should we help? Although he did not know the relationship between Qihong and Li Mingcheng, he could tell that Qihong should be looking for Li Mingcheng. There's no hurry. Qihong shook his head gently. He looked at Li Mingcheng, who seemed to be in a sorry state, and smiled. Let's see what other methods he has. At this moment, Li Mingcheng was already completely suppressed. He smiled bitterly in his heart. I actually fell into a trap. A god attached himself to this fellow. He's clearly plotting against me. However, this god has only possessed him after all. He can't completely unleash his divine power. I still have a chance to escape with the treasure. If that doesn't work, I can only use that. Unfortunately, his thoughts were seen through by Jing Qihong. The divine body expert suddenly sneered and said, Don't tell me you want to use the power of the treasure to escape. Do you think that I can't stop you because I've possessed him? How ignorant. In front of a god, this little trick is meaningless. Gather for me. Before his words rang out, he'd stretched out his right hand in the direction of the hero's pavilion. He opened his 5 fingers and circulated the divine power in his body, enveloping the 30-odd people there. This was to extract the qi, blood, and energy in these people's bodies so that he could attack with all his might in the state of possession. Of course, Jing Qihong had already made a distinction from the beginning and deliberately avoided those people with backgrounds. Now, the people enveloped by his divine power were a group of people with no background. Among them were naturally Qihong, Wuxia, and the yellow-scarfed strongman. Jing Qihong, what are you doing? Mu Lingyun naturally could not sit back and do nothing when she saw this situation. She immediately stepped forward to stop him, but she was stopped by a powerful force and could not approach at all. Why should I explain my actions to a little girl like you? The god who had possessed Jing Kaihong snorted coldly and could not be bothered with her. He was an existence that sat on the same level as the Wood Emperor and did not care about this at all. At this moment, he was completely immersed in the joy of successfully capturing the origin ancient sacred body. He stared at Li Mingcheng and laughed loudly. Ha 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 ha. Sage body, you're mine. Thank you for reading on my box novel. Most of the people in the square in front of the hero's pavilion were at the shaman marking or Dao imprint realm. Most of the people in the square in front of the hero's pavilion were at the shaman marking or Dao imprint realm. The people Jing Kaihong had specially chosen to sacrifice did not have any background, so they naturally did not carry any divine weapons or treasures to protect their bodies. Facing the suppression of a god, they had no room to resist at all. They wanted to escape, beg for mercy, and struggle, but they could not. Under the power of a god, they could not even move a finger. They could only watch helplessly as the ball of golden divine power surged towards them, wanting to sacrifice them. Fear, despair, anger, and other emotions filled their hearts, but they were helpless. Living beings below the level of gods definitely had no ability to resist the gods. Even if they had a god-level treasure or divine weapon, it could only help them escape. This was the difference between major realms. Mu Lingyun, who was standing not far away, was extremely angry when she saw this scene. She was so angry that her eyebrows furrowed, and her towering chest kept rising and falling as she stared at Jing Kaihong with an incomparably cold gaze. She gritted her teeth and suppressed her anger as she said in a low voice, "Senior God, do you really want to sacrifice our guests in the capital of our Wood Nation?" Although these people were here to find Li Mingcheng, since the Wood Nation had invited them to the hero's pavilion, in theory, they were all guests of the Wood Nation. If these people were directly sacrificed by Jing Kaihong in the square in front of the hero's pavilion, the entire Wood Nation would lose all face. If news of this spread, the entire Qinghua domain would probably treat the Wood Nation as a joke. Ha ha ha, little girl, you should go back and look for your father early. Jing Kaihong laughed loudly, not caring about Mu Lingyun's threat at all. As a god from the core area of the Qinghua domain and from the top sect, Evergreen Heights, he did not care about the emperor of the Wood Nation at all, let alone offending the Wood Nation. The Wood Nation could be considered a top faction in the Greenstone Wasteland. However, in the entire Qinghua domain, there were only 2 or 3 god-level experts. The Wood Nation, which did not even have a heavenly god, could only be considered a medium-sized force. Mu Lingyun was so angry that her entire body was trembling, but she was helpless. In a remote area like the Greenstone Wasteland, a god with a deep background could do whatever he wanted. Our only hope now is to see if Father will stop him because of this. But this is very likely to offend Evergreen Heights. That's one of the top strengths of the Qinghua domain. Actually, she knew very well that the possibility of her father attacking because of this was not high. An ancient orthodoxy like Evergreen Heights had an extremely deep foundation and was one of the rulers of the entire Qinghua domain. Not only did they have heavenly gods, but it was also said that there were terrifying experts who surpassed the heavenly gods. The Wood Emperor was cautious by nature and good at enduring. He would not easily become enemies with others. He would most likely not attack because of this. But can I just watch helplessly as the Wood Nation loses face? Mu Lingyun clenched her fists, her heart filled with unwillingness and helplessness. I'm still too weak. If I were also a god or even a heavenly god now, how would this happen? At this moment, she was indignant and helpless. Li Mingcheng, who was facing the pressure of Jing Qihong's divine power, was shocked. This fellow actually wants to use a sacrificial technique to forcefully increase his divine power and unleash power comparable to his main body. Li Mingcheng felt a sense of danger and thought to himself, I can't escape with ordinary methods. I can only... what's going on? Just as he was about to take out the treasure that was his trump card, he suddenly felt the pressure on his body lighten, as if the god in front of him had suddenly lost all his strength. At the same time, the people who had been imprisoned by Jing Kaihong earlier also felt their bodies suddenly lighten, and they all regained their freedom. All the pressure had disappeared. What was going on? What had happened? Could it be that the Wood Nation's emperor had made a move? Everyone's faces were filled with shock as they looked at Jing Kai-hong, who had been incomparably arrogant just now. At this moment, the expression of the god became solemn. He stopped and turned to look at the crowd. He shouted sternly, "Who dares to stop me?" Just as he was about to complete the sacrifice, he felt a gentle power surge out from the group of people enveloped by his divine power and actually defeated his divine power. Could it be that anyone in this group had divine weapons and treasures? The people who had just been saved looked at each other and began to size up the people around them. They also wanted to know how they had been saved. Who had attacked? He could actually instantly break the technique of a god. It was too powerful. Peace is the most important thing in everything. Why are you so angry? Kui Heng smiled and slowly walked out of the crowd. Hui Shi and the yellow-scarfed strongman followed closely behind. You were the one who stopped me. Jing Kai-hong stared at Kui Heng and sized him up. He immediately frowned, as if he was a little afraid. You also want this sacred body? He realized that he could not see through the other party's cultivation, but he could not sense the other party's divine power either. This meant that it was very likely that the other party was also a god. He might even be stronger than him. As for heavenly gods, he did not think that a heavenly god-level figure would come to a poor place like the Greenstone Wasteland. Mu Lingyun also looked at Kui Heng in extreme surprise, her beautiful eyes filled with shock. She did not expect such an expert to be hidden among these people. Moreover, from Jing Chihong's attitude, this person was suspected to be a god. He's the brother of one of my disciples. Kui Heng glanced at Li Mingcheng, then looked at Jing Kai-hong and said indifferently, You can leave on your own. I can spare your life. When Li Mingcheng, who was not far away, heard this, he immediately felt as if he had been struck by lightning. His face revealed an expression of disbelief as he looked at Kui Heng in extreme shock. However, Jing Kai-hong treated this as nonsense and sneered. You're also a god. Why are you so hypocritical? Since you want to snatch the sacred body, let's just fight. The winner can naturally snatch the sacred body. TSK. Kui Heng chuckled and shook his head. Yellow-scarfed strongman, you do it. Yes, sir. The yellow-scarfed strongman immediately stepped forward. After bowing to Kui Heng, he turned to look at Jing Kai-hong and said in a low voice, You're not my match. I suggest you commit suicide. Kui Heng did not want to be too ostentatious on this trip, so he asked the yellow-scarfed strongman to change the way he addressed him from Master Immortal to Sir. After the yellow-scarfed strongman's consciousness was enlightened, he was a straightforward person. His words were basically based on his own inner judgment and were very realistic. He was telling the truth. However, this kind of truth sounded unbelievable to many people. He actually wanted a god to commit suicide. Was this person crazy? Good. Jing Kai-hong was so angry that his hands were trembling. He stared at Kui Heng with killing intent and said in a low voice, You're letting a follower fight me? You'll pay the price. Boom. At this moment, there was a sudden explosion in the void. Then, a red rainbow directly broke through the defensive restrictions of the capital of the Wood Nation and arrived in the sky above the hero's pavilion. An incomparably vast aura of dignity instantly enveloped this area. It's the aura of a god. A god, a true god. This aura is identical to Jing Chihong's. The true body of the god who possessed him has descended. Looks like he's really angry. A divine battle is about to erupt. Everyone discussed. Mu Lingyun was already a little flustered. She went to Kui Heng's side and persuaded, Senior, hurry up and attack. If you cut off the connection between the possessed body and the main body now, you might be able to stop his main body from descending. It's fine. Kui Heng shook his head gently. He was still smiling, as if he did not care that the main body of a god had descended. In fact, this was his true goal. The power on Jing Chihong's body was only a possession. Even if he was captured, he would only capture a portion of the strength of the god and might not gain much. It was better to lure the main body over so that he could maximize his gains. Boom. At this moment, there was another loud bang, and the scarlet light in the sky suddenly exploded. Then, a figure more than 100 feet tall stood in the sky. His entire body was enveloped in blood-colored flames. A huge pressure swept in all directions, and a powerful aura spread out unscrupulously. At the same time, Jing Kaihong, who was standing on the ground, suddenly collapsed to the ground and fainted. The will and power of the god that had possessed his body instantly returned to the main body in the sky. This caused the aura of the figure in the sky to soar again. The armor he was wearing was also dyed with a layer of scarlet light, making him look incomparably ferocious. A terrifying aura and pressure actually covered the entire capital of the Wood Nation, not caring at all if it would make the Wood Emperor unable to take it anymore. He looked down at Kui Heng and the others and said condescendingly, "Now, I'll let you know that even if we're both gods, there's still a difference. I'll allow you to know my name and let you die knowing that I'm..." Boom. A sudden sound of collision interrupted Jing Xiangzhen's words. The god could not help but stop talking, and he even fell from the sky. It was like a small mountain falling from the sky. The yellow-scarved strongman had already flown above Jing Xiangzhen at some point. He kicked the god's face and sent him flying from the sky. How noisy. The yellow-scarved strongman shook his head helplessly. Then, his figure swayed and he instantly appeared below Jing Xiangzhen's landing spot. He suddenly raised his hand and caught the rapidly falling god. Crack. Under the impact of the yellow-scarved strongman's huge strength, the sound of bones shattering actually came from Jing Xiangzhen's divine body, making the surrounding people's scalps tingle in horror. But to the yellow-scarved strongman, this seemed to be an insignificant matter. He grabbed Jing Xiangzhen's neck with one hand as if he was holding a dead dog. He returned to Kui Heng and bowed respectfully. "Sir, this person has surrendered." "Who?" Coincidentally, a breeze blew past, blowing up sand on the ground, making the surrounding people subconsciously shiver. They all looked at the scene in front of them with their mouths agape. There was dead silence. What was going on? Thank you for reading on my box novel. Com. What had just happened? What had just happened? What did they just see? An incomparably powerful god was actually casually beaten into a dead dog, and this person who had easily defeated a god actually knelt respectfully in front of a young man and respected him as sir. What was wrong with this world? How could such a scene happen? This was a god, a battle between gods. Why was the battle process so simple and fast? It was as if the person who had just been defeated was not a god who had cultivated a divine body and possessed divine power, but a little child who had yet to temper his body. This was too ridiculous. At this moment, the people in front of the hero's pavilion were at least at the shaman marking realm. Many of them were at the peak of the Tao imprint realm, almost gods. They all knew very well how powerful gods were. From this, it could be deduced that someone who could defeat a god so easily was Heavenly God. Heavenly God. A heavenly god has actually appeared in the Wood Nation. Ever since the heavenly god battle 50 years ago, there haven't been any heavenly gods in the entire Greenstone Wasteland, right? 50 years ago. That was the first time a heavenly god had appeared in the Greenstone Wasteland in nearly 1,000 years. It's actually a heavenly god. How can it be a heavenly god? Then the person he addressed so respectfully as Sir is. At first, everyone was shocked by the strength displayed by the yellow-scarved strongman, but after seeing his attitude towards Kui Heng, they felt their scalps tingle. Things seemed to have exceeded their imagination. It began to develop in a completely unpredictable direction. Heavenly God, and an existence that surpasses the heavenly god realm? Li Mingcheng also looked at the yellow-scarved strongman and Kui Heng in extreme shock and muttered, "Is he really Mingcheng's master?" At this moment, Mu Lingyun was completely stunned. She almost could not believe her eyes. She looked at Kui Heng beside her in a daze and said with a trembling voice, You are. There's no need to be nervous." Kui Heng shook his head gently and smiled at her. Then, he looked at the yellow-scarved strongman and Jing Xiangzhen. "Put him down. He won't be able to escape anyway." "Yes, sir." The yellow-scarved strongman casually threw the half-dead Jing Xiangzhen to the ground. Then, he retreated behind Kui Heng and lowered his head respectfully. Everyone saw this scene again and felt as if they had fallen into a dream. A big shot suspected to be a heavenly god was really like an ordinary follower in front of this person. It was really too challenging. You, who exactly are you? Jing Xiangzhen looked at Kui Heng in disbelief. He was incomparably weak and looked like he was breathing out more than he was breathing in. This was because the moment he was thrown down by the yellow-scarved strongman, the divine power in his body had already been completely scattered and no longer existed. The power in a god's body was called divine power. It possessed all kinds of unbelievable qualities and far exceeded any expert at the Tao imprint realm, forming an absolute suppression. It was also the foundation of a god's cultivation. Now that his divine power had been scattered, Jing Xiangzhen had lost the foundation of his cultivation. He was also intimidated by the yellow-scarved strongman and was already frightened out of his wits. In this situation, he should not have been able to say a single word. However, no matter what, Jing Xiangzhen found it difficult to accept this fact. How could such an existence that had surpassed the heavenly god realm appear in a mere green stone wasteland? This was absurd. It was precisely because of this emotion that he managed to temporarily overcome the fear in his heart and successfully asked Kui Heng a question. It's really not easy for you to speak. Kui Heng smiled when he heard Jing Xiangzhen's words. He nodded slightly and said, I'm just a small cultivator. As soon as these words were spoken, the square in front of the hero's pavilion fell silent again. Many people's expressions became extremely strange. What was a small cultivator? Even an existence suspected to be a heavenly god was as respectful as a servant. This was a small cultivator? It was really too ridiculous. Jing Xiangzhen was clearly stunned. He opened his mouth but did not know what to say. It was not easy for him to muster the courage to speak, but he was actually rendered speechless by the other party's words. Since you have nothing else to say, please come in, Kui Heng said with a smile. At the same time, he stretched out his right hand and swiped his index finger gently in the air, instantly opening up an independent small world. He set up a door of light and gestured for Jing Xiangzhen to enter. Evergreen Heights was a force with a long history and a deep foundation. This Jing Xiangzhen should know a lot of information about the heaven realm. He was quite useful. He had to keep him first. Such methods stunned everyone again. Many people's eyes widened as they looked at the light in disbelief. Their eyes were about to pop out. What kind of divine power was this? The nomological Tao runes and space of the heaven realm were extremely stable. It was as difficult as ascending to the heavens to open up an independent space. Legend had it that only heavenly gods could open up a small space about 3 inches long. But what did they just see? This person casually swiped his hand and opened up an incomparably huge independent small world. A small world was different from a simple space. There was an ocean, mountains, rivers, and even the sun, moon, stars, and dharma and logos. It was an independent world that could allow living beings to reproduce. He actually opened one so easily. Even the ancient legendary paragons might not have such magical methods. When Jing Xiangzhen saw this scene, he completely gave up struggling. His face turned as pale as paper, and his energy seemed to have been emptied in an instant as he collapsed to the ground. Yes. Jing Xiangzhen prostrated on the ground. After kowtowing to Kui Heng, he crawled into the door of light. You're still very sensible. Kui Heng nodded slightly and looked at Li Mingcheng not far away. He smiled and said, Come over first. Li Mingcheng was silent for a moment. Many thoughts flashed through his mind, but in the end, he nodded. Yes, senior. As he walked towards Kui Heng, he could clearly feel the gazes of the people around him change. Originally, these people were all coveting his sacred body's treasure blood and his origin ancient sacred body's heart. But now, their gazes were filled with fear. Perhaps this is the feeling of having a backer. This thought subconsciously flashed through Li Mingcheng's mind. However, he quickly extinguished this thought. I can't think that way. No one would be someone else's backer for no reason. Even if he's really Mingqiong's master, that's because of Mingqiong, not me. I can't relax and lose my vigilance and ambition. Kui Heng noticed the change in his emotions, but he did not expose him. He only smiled and said, Follow me for the time being. You can ask me about Mingqiong's situation. I also have some things to ask you. Mingqiong's situation? Thank you, Senior, Li Mingcheng said gratefully. He was actually very concerned about his sister's situation. After coming to the Heaven Realm, he had been working hard to become stronger because he wanted to break through the shackles of the Heaven Realm one day and return to the heavenly void world. All right. Kui Heng nodded slightly, then his gaze swept across the surrounding people and he smiled. If everyone has nothing else, you can leave on your own. I have something to discuss with the Wood Emperor next. Wood Emperor? Everyone was stunned when they heard this. They did not expect Kui Heng to suddenly mention the Wood Emperor. However, at this moment, they were no longer in the mood to think about this. They only wanted to stay away from this extremely dangerous expert as soon as possible and leave as quickly as possible. Only Mu Lingyun remained. Aren't you leaving? Kui Heng glanced at her. I'm the princess of the Wood Nation. I can't leave at this time. Mu Lingyun's gaze was firm. Then accompany your father. Kui Heng did not care much about this. Then, he turned to look in a direction beside him. You can come out now. As soon as he finished speaking, a green light lit up. Immediately after, a valiant and dignified middle-aged man in a green robe appeared. He was the current emperor of the Wood Nation, a god who had cultivated a divine body. Actually, he had already arrived when the yellow-scarved strongman attacked, but Kui Heng stopped him from appearing. Greetings, Venerable One. The Wood Emperor bowed to Kui Heng very respectfully. He did not have the airs of an emperor at all and was extremely humble. Existences above the heavenly god realm were called venerables. All right, sit. Kui Heng nodded and established a reception hall on the square. He sat on a chair and gestured for the Wood Emperor to sit down. Then, he went straight to the point and said, I won't beat around the bush. I came to the Wood Nation for the Scarlet Calamity. Tell me what you know. Thank you for reading on my box novel. Chapter 450 Untitled. Chapter 450 Untitled. Scarlet Calamity? A trace of fear subconsciously flashed across the Wood Emperor's eyes when he heard this. Then, he said in surprise, Senior, you are here for the Scarlet Calamity. His uncontrollable ecstasy even made him nervous when he spoke. Mu Lingyun, who was standing at the side, was stunned. She had never seen her father with such an expression. And the Scarlet Calamity? Was this the reason why her father had been frowning and worried recently? I guess so. Kui Heng nodded slightly and smiled. I'm investigating the exact source of this Scarlet Calamity to see if it's possible to completely contain it. Completely contain it? The Wood Emperor's eyes widened as he looked at Kui Heng in disbelief. He said with a trembling voice, Senior, you actually want to do such a shocking deed? May I ask if Senior is from an ancient sect or immortal Dao sect? He originally thought that Kui Heng had come here for some reason to investigate the situation of the Scarlet Calamity. The Wood Nation might be able to take this opportunity to ask this person who had surpassed the heavenly god realm to protect all the lives of the people in the country. But now, he heard Kui Heng say that he wanted to contain the entire Scarlet Calamity. It was really beyond his imagination. The Scarlet Calamity was different from the Scarlet Tribulation. The latter was only a sign before the former erupted. The former was stronger and more ferocious, and it was even more difficult to survive through it. Moreover, it was said that this situation had already lasted for hundreds of thousands of years. No one had ever been able to contain the Scarlet Calamity. In fact, the Scarlet Calamity had existed for so many years. Most of the people in the know had already treated it as an inevitable natural disaster. Almost no one thought that such a great calamity could be restrained. Now, this mysterious venerable actually wanted to do such an earth-shattering thing. It was indeed unbelievable. In the understanding of the Wood Emperor, only experts from ancient sects or immortal orthodoxies could have such thoughts. The so-called ancient sects were sects established by some survivors on the ruins of civilization after the ancient Scarlet Calamity buried the old civilization. Immortal orthodoxies were even more ancient. Their inheritance directly came from the ancient civilizations. They were orthodoxies that had existed since ancient times. They were undying and had extremely deep foundations, and experts emerged endlessly. Whether it was the ancient sects or the immortal orthodoxies, they were all top existences among the 9,000 heavenly regions. They were also extremely rare, and there were less than 40 of them in total. In a remote area like the Greenstone Wasteland, there might not be a single person from an ancient sect or immortal orthodoxy appearing even after tens of thousands of years. Especially since this was a venerable who had surpassed the heavenly god realm. Even in the entire Qingtian region, there might not be one such person. Therefore, after the Wood Emperor heard Kui Heng's words, he subconsciously asked. However, as soon as he said this, he felt that something was wrong. He hurriedly bowed and apologized. "Senior, please forgive me. I was just too greedy and spoke without thinking. I didn't mean to ask about Senior's background." Generally speaking, the origins of these people were classified as secret information. If he rashly asked around, it was very likely to make the other party unhappy, especially if he asked someone stronger than him. He might even suffer a calamity. "It's fine." Kui Heng only shook his head gently and smiled. "Just answer my question." His goal here was to obtain information about the Scarlet Calamity and try to use it to deepen his communication with the Heaven Realm. The other details were not important. "Thank you for your kindness, Senior." "Thank you." The Wood Emperor immediately heaved a sigh of relief. "Then," he said, "the destructive power of this Scarlet Calamity is extremely strong, and the commotion is also extremely great. To most living beings, it's like the end of the world. Although the Wood Nation has yet to personally experience the Scarlet Calamity, we still have an ancient book that records the situation of the Scarlet Calamity. It's said to have been left behind by a heavenly god more than 100,000 years ago. At that time, the Qingtian region was one of the 100 heavenly regions where the Scarlet Calamity erupted. This heavenly god was a survivor who had experienced the calamity and recorded the situation at that time. The basic situation of the Scarlet Calamity was similar to what the priest of the Linshan tribe had said. It was that it would erupt once every 10,000 years. It would randomly choose 100 heavenly regions to be enveloped in scarlet light. Countless experts would revive from the ground and return from the abyss to wash the ground with blood. However, in the Wood Emperor's description, there were more details. For example, regarding these experts who had awakened from the ground, the Wood Emperor explained that not only did these experts have powerful strength, but they were also completely unkillable. As long as the scarlet light existed, they would continue to revive. What was even more terrifying was that as they revived more and more times, they would gradually become clear-headed. However, even if they became conscious, they would not stop killing. Instead, they would become even more ruthless. There were also the immortal experts who wreaked havoc in the Scarlet Calamity. The strongest were actually far from the level of gods. It was just that the top levels were mainly gods. Generally speaking, a region would have at least one heavenly god, and a heavenly region would have at least one venerable immortal expert. The disaster brought about by an expert of this level would definitely be incomparably huge. And this was just an ordinary situation. The ancient book also described some abnormal scarlet calamities. Legend has it that in some ancient eras, there were even people who surpassed venerables in the Scarlet Calamity and had the power of paragons and divine lords described in myths. When the scarlet light retreated in the end, the 100 heavenly regions would be reduced to ruins. Almost all the forces would be destroyed. Only a few immortal orthodoxies or ancient sects could barely survive, but they would also suffer heavy losses and be no longer as powerful as before. In addition, other than the experts buried underground reviving, there were also all kinds of divine weapon fragments and even complete divine weapons appearing. These were the weapons of ancient experts. Under the corrosion of the scarlet light, they became incomparably violent and would cause destruction everywhere. The disaster caused was also incomparably huge. As the prelude to the Scarlet Calamity, the tribulation that erupted earlier would be slightly gentler. Usually, only experts at the level of gods would appear. The priest of the Linshan tribe had also mentioned this. However, what the priest did not know was that, although the Scarlet Tribulation was weaker in terms of physical destruction, the damage it caused on the spiritual level was also extremely serious. Compared to the scarlet calamity that focuses on the physical level to destroy, the scarlet tribulation that is a precursor is more about corroding one's mind and contaminating one's soul. The Wood Emperor said with an extremely solemn expression, "The destruction of this corrosion and pollution is extremely strong. It's very likely that it will directly cause a normal god to inexplicably fall into madness and start a massacre." Compared to immortal experts that can be identified at a glance, this kind of madness without warning is even more difficult to deal with. What's even more terrifying is that the higher one's cultivation realm is, the more easily they will be corroded by this. There's actually such a thing? Kui Heng frowned slightly. He had heard the matter of people falling into madness many times since he came to the heaven realm. Yes, this aspect of the scarlet tribulation is the most terrifying. The Wood Emperor nodded solemnly and said, "Also, before the scarlet tribulation arrives, there will also be some signs. It's that from time to time, some low murmurs will ring in one's ears, making one dizzy." At this moment, Mu Lingyun suddenly screamed. Her exquisite face suddenly turned pale with fear. She seemed to have been extremely frightened and was trembling. Her beautiful eyes widened as she said with a trembling voice, "Royal Father, I heard someone talking beside my ear, muttering intermittently. My head suddenly hurts. This voice is talking, constantly talking. Heaven, Heaven Gate, Juntian, Juntian. Thank you for reading on my box novel. Com. Chapter 451 Source of the Great Tribulation, Tao God's Opportunity. Chapter 451 Source of the Great Tribulation, Tao God's Opportunity. Huh! Kui Heng exclaimed softly and turned to look at Mu Lingyun. Under his gaze, every part of this girl's body appeared clearly. An inexplicable scarlet light enveloped her mind and was affecting her thoughts. That was where the ravings came from. Kui Heng frowned slightly and injected a trace of dharmic powers into the Mu Lingyun's body. It instantly enveloped the scarlet light and forcefully pulled it out. This was an extremely subtle ball of scarlet light. It was only the size of a fingernail of an ordinary person, but it contained extremely negative energy. It was filled with chaos and violence, not inferior to the scarlet light accumulated in the cross-border passage. Moreover, with the strength of his divine sense, he could clearly tell that this was not a light of the same nature as the scarlet light accumulated in the door of heaven. Instead, it came from the door of heaven. This was the huge amount of scarlet light accumulated in the door of heaven. The source of the scarlet calamity in the heaven realm is the door of heaven? A guess appeared in Kui Heng's heart. This guess was not made out of thin air. After he came to the heaven realm, he had already established a relatively basic connection with the great Tao laws here, but he did not sense any corrosion from the scarlet light. He only came into contact with the scarlet light in the cross-border passage. And the cross-border passage was essentially an alternative passage extended by the door of heaven. In other words, with the information he knew now, other than the door of heaven and the cross-border passage extended by the door of heaven, the entire heaven realm was actually not corroded by the scarlet light. Now, the scarlet light that brought about the signs of calamity came from the door of heaven. This gave him reason to suspect that the so-called scarlet calamity that only happened once every 10,000 years might just be an attack on the heaven realm from the scarlet light in the door of heaven. If that was really the truth, it meant that the heaven realm had not been completely broken through by the outer world. The invasion of the outer world was actually still blocked by the door of heaven. This also meant that if Kui Heng really resolved the scarlet calamity and prevented it from appearing again, it would eliminate the scarlet light accumulated in the door of heaven. At that time, the door of heaven could be opened at will. The heaven realm and the lower world that had been isolated for 500,000 years would be reconnected. This would definitely bring about a tremendous change to the entire star field. Perhaps there would be some unexpected gains. In a short moment, many thoughts flashed through Kui Heng's mind. At the side, the Wood Emperor and Mu Lingyun looked at the ball of scarlet light in his hand in fear. This ball of light was constantly twisting and surging, as if it wanted to struggle out. At this moment, Kui Heng squeezed gently, and the ball of scarlet light was casually destroyed by him like a bubble, as if it had never existed. I roughly know the source of the scarlet calamity. As soon as these words were spoken, The Wood Emperor and Mu Lingyun's eyes widened, and their faces revealed disbelief. The source of the Scarlet Calamity? How did he know? This was something that the countless immortal orthodoxies and ancient sects had been searching for hundreds of thousands of years without being able to explore. He actually found out so easily. If this was true, what kind of expert was this person? He was actually so powerful. It's just a preliminary guess. I'm not completely sure yet. Kui Heng shook his head gently and said, "From today onwards, I'll guard this place and collect the source of the ravings that appeared in the entire Greenstone Wasteland to further analyze the Scarlet Calamity." "Thank you, Venerable One." The Wood Emperor and the Mu Lingyun bowed respectfully, extremely grateful. This time, the Wood Nation was really saved. Perhaps not only could they survive the Scarlet Tribulation, but they could also survive the following Scarlet Calamity. Kui Heng received the highest level of hospitality in the Wood Nation. The place he lived in was a separate palace that was incomparably luxurious. However, he did not care about this. He only casually chose a place to stay and released his divine sense to pay attention to the place where the scarlet light appeared in the Greenstone Wasteland. The reason why he paid attention to this was not only to analyze the true situation of the Scarlet Calamity and the connection with the Door of Heaven, but also to try to obtain information about Zhu Juntian. After all, although these ravings were extremely chaotic and the information was extremely chaotic, words like Heaven's Gate and Juntian often appeared. Perhaps it contained some information. As Kui Heng was temporarily focused on investigating the scarlet light, he did not have the time to ask Li Mingcheng, who was beside him. After 3 days, Li Mingcheng finally could not take it anymore. He came to look for Kui Heng. He first bowed and said, "Greetings, Senior. Are you really Mingcheng's master? How is she now? How's the great Zhu? Sit down and talk." Kui Heng pointed at a chair beside him and smiled. "Mingcheng is doing fine now. She's already the ruler of a world, and this country is the great Zhu. The great Zhu unified the heavenly void world." Li Mingcheng was surprised. However, he quickly felt that something was wrong. This senior was clearly an existence that had surpassed the heavenly god realm. As the disciple of such an expert, it was unlikely that Mingcheng would still stay in that small place in the heavenly void world. It's not the heavenly void world, but the Purple Sun realm formed after the collapse of the Purple Sun heaven. It's the core of a section of the myriad worlds. Kui Heng shook his head gently and said, "Mingcheng's current cultivation should be about to reach a realm similar to the Tao Lord realm." It's the peak of the 7th realm of the immortal world. The 7th realm of the immortal world, the myriad worlds, Li Mingcheng said in shock, so there's really an inheritance above the 3rd realm of the immortal world in this world. I always thought it was an illusory thing. At this point, he suddenly stood up and kowtowed to Kui Heng. He said gratefully, "Thank you, Senior, for imparting the divine technique to Mingcheng." At that time, the great Zhu was already in danger. If not for the divine technique you imparted, Mingcheng would probably have died. It's also because of an opportunity. Kui Heng smiled and said, "I have something to ask you. According to Mingcheng, you were taken away by the immortal sects who wanted to use the blood of your sacred body to open the door to a ruin. Why did you end up in the Heaven Realm?" Heaven Realm? Li Mingcheng was stunned when he heard this, but he did not ask in detail. He shook his head and smiled bitterly. "Senior, actually, I don't know how I came here. The situation at that time was very strange. After entering the ruin, I was enveloped by a ball of golden light and lost contact with those from the immortal sects. Next, my consciousness fell into an incomparably blurry state. I could only vaguely sense my surroundings. After I completely recovered, I've arrived in this world, which is the Heaven Realm you mentioned. However, in that blurry state, I did obtain a huge opportunity. I vaguely sensed a noble figure covered in purple light. He gave me a treasure and told me that it could be useful to me in the future. It was precisely because of that treasure that I was able to survive in the Heaven Realm and obtain a certain amount of power in a relatively short period of time. I even truly activated the power of the origin ancient sacred body. My current achievements can't be achieved without the opportunity given to me by that figure. However, the identity of that figure puzzled me. He actually called himself the Lord of Daoi Palace and his name was Dao God. I also have to establish a statue for him after I gain a foothold and establish a sect to worship him. Then, I have to spread the faith of the Dao God and develop his believers. Thank you for reading on my box novel. Com. Chapter 452 Past Grudges. Chapter 452 Past Grudges. Li Mingcheng's arrival in the heaven realm was related to the Dao God. If that was really the case, it meant that the Dao God also had the ability to control the door of heaven and could ignore the closing of the door of heaven and send people to the heaven realm. This was clearly an ability that only the reincarnation of Zhu Juntian, the artifact spirit of the door of heaven, had. The Dao God is Zhu Juntian? Or did the Dao God obtain some of Zhu Juntian's abilities? For a moment, Kui Heng had many guesses in his heart. He thought to himself, if the Dao God is Zhu Juntian, there's no need for him to escape from the Nine Heavens cloud realm with his strength. It's impossible for a mere battle between a few sages to injure him. But if Zhu Juntian was behind the scenes and authorized the ability to control the door of heaven, why did he choose a person like the Dao God who was only a limitless golden immortal at that time? Moreover, this Dao God even asked Li Mingcheng to establish a sect in the heaven realm to worship him and spread his faith. What is he trying to do? Is he trying to establish a connection between this faith and the heaven realm? Or is it that establishing a sect in the heaven realm can have some special use, so it's worth Zhu Juntian spending so much effort to set up a trap in the heaven realm? The ability of the Dao God to send people to the heaven realm was most likely related to Zhu Juntian. The establishment of the Dao God sect in the heaven realm was most likely related to Zhu Juntian. However, these doubts were really difficult to guess. Li Mingcheng saw that Kui Heng had fallen into deep thought, so he did not dare to disturb him. He only stood at the side and waited quietly. A moment later, Kui Heng suddenly looked at Li Mingcheng and said, "Do you still remember Pei Qingshu?" Qingshu? Li Mingcheng was stunned when he heard this. He did not understand why Kui Heng suddenly mentioned this name that had long been sealed in the depths of his memory. Then, the expression on his face became complicated as he sighed softly. I remember. He had very complicated feelings for Pei Qingshu. On one hand, he was very good friends with Pei Qingshu. They could even be said to be as close as brothers. On the other hand, it was also Pei Qingshu's invitation to explore the ancient mystic realm with the immortal sects that he almost lost his life. But because of this, he came to the heaven realm. It was actually very difficult to explain these emotions. Li Mingcheng was silent for a moment before he gently closed his eyes and said, I once resented Qingshu for causing me to wander in this foreign land. I was separated from my family and might never have a chance to see them again. I've also felt pity for him before. After all, he was only coerced by his family and the immortal sects. I know that it wasn't his intention to invite me. Actually, I'm still a little grateful. If not for him, I wouldn't have come to the heaven realm. After hundreds of years, I should have long become a skeleton in a tomb. How could I have reached the level of a godlike now? Actually, after you disappeared, the great Zhu imperial court held the Pei family responsible. Kui Heng named Pei Qingshu's previous situation. Qingshu was the one who was thrown out to take the blame. His legs and martial cultivation were crippled. After hearing this explanation, Li Mingcheng fell silent again. After calming down slightly, he said, He's also a pitiful person. Is he still alive? He also came to the heaven realm. Kui Heng suddenly laughed. And he's your sister's junior brother. Li Mingcheng immediately looked stunned. He opened his mouth and did not know what to say for a moment. In the end, he actually laughed. No wonder Senior suddenly mentioned him. This is quite a good outcome. Because I wanted you to cooperate, I asked you what you think of him. Kui Heng smiled. Cooperation? Li Mingcheng was stunned for a moment before he nodded and said, I've indeed not seen him for a long time and want to meet him. I think we can still cooperate, but I wonder what arrangements Senior has. Has there been any progress on the sect that the Dao God wanted you to establish? Kui Heng asked instead of answering. Not yet. Li Mingcheng shook his head and said, there has to be a foundation to establish a sect and spread a faith. However, After the characteristics of my sacred body were exposed, I was hiding from pursuit all day long. I couldn't establish a sect at all. Now, you have a foundation. Kui Heng nodded and said with a smile, now, the entire Wood Nation can be considered your foundation. The people here can provide you with the resources to establish a sect and spread your faith. Senior, I'll be cooperating with Qingshu to establish the faith of the Tao God? Li Mingqiang asked in surprise. He was a little puzzled and could not understand the relationship between Kui Heng and the Tao God. No, we're not worshipping the Tao God. Kui Heng shook his head and suddenly said to the side, where's the yellow-scarfed strongman? As soon as he finished speaking, a dark golden light lit up. The burly yellow-scarfed strongman instantly appeared beside him. Then, he bowed respectfully and shouted, greetings, Master Immortal. This is my follower. In the future, he can be the yellow-scarfed country guardian god of your sect or the country guardian god of the Wood Nation. Kui Heng smiled and said, there are still the 12 heaven gate stages above the 9 realms of the immortal world. His almost equivalent to the 3rd to 4th stages now. The yellow-scarfed strongman had already been raised to the peak of the nascent soul realm. In terms of realm, this was indeed only equivalent to the 3rd level of the heaven gate, but his true strength far exceeded the 3rd heaven gate realm, but it was inferior to the 4th heaven gate realm. With such strength, it was not a problem for him to be a respected god in the Wood Nation or even the entire Greenstone Wasteland. Kui Heng wanted to use this to experiment with the changes or effects of establishing a sect in the heaven realm. After there were enough believers, he would also send the yellow-scarfed strongman to the lower world to see if he could really rely on his perception of believers to contact the heaven realm. This was to determine Zhu Juantian's possible goal. This person should contain a lot of secrets. If he could figure out his goal, he would most likely be able to greatly increase his understanding of the myriad worlds and the heaven realm. This could also allow him to communicate more deeply with the great Tao of heaven and earth, and his cultivation realm would increase faster. Moreover, increasing his understanding of this world was also a necessary part of improving his safety. After all, only by knowing how dangerous this world was could he better protect his own safety. Actually, not long after Kui Heng left with his men, the news that a god had appeared in the Linshan tribe quietly spread throughout the surrounding tribes. Along with this news, people came to know that the Qinghua domain was about to experience the Scarlet Calamity. An ominous aura would return from underground, causing the ground to be stained with blood and living beings to suffer. They could only be completely safe under the protection of the gods. This directly caused countless tribes and forces to swarm over to the Linshan tribe to seek the protection of the god, immediately causing the people of the Linshan tribe to be in a terrible fix. Moreover, the attitudes of these tribes and forces were very good and respectful. Most of them had also prepared extremely generous gifts and tried their best to build a good relationship with the Linshan tribe. Their final goal was to come into contact with the god through the Linshan tribe and seek refuge. However, this respectful and sincere attitude really made things difficult for them. They could only report this situation to that god. As a god, Pei Qingshu did not expect this situation. There were actually so many people, and he could not directly refuse their request for help. Just as Pei Qingshu was feeling conflicted, the priest of the Linshan tribe suddenly came over. After bowing, he reported to him, Lord God, there's someone outside. He said that he's an old friend of yours. I don't dare to deal with him on my own. An old friend? Pei Qingshu was a little surprised when he heard this. When did his old friend come to the heaven realm? What kind of new way of asking for help was this? He frowned slightly and asked curiously, what's this person's name? He calls himself Li Mingqiang. The priest of the Linshan tribe explained the person's situation in detail. What? Pei Qingshu stood up on the spot and almost jumped up. He said in surprise, Mingqiang? Mingqiang? Bring me to him. Thank you for reading on my box novel. Com. Chapter 453 Dharma Body Battles the Sacred Body, a Broken Pot. Chapter 453 Dharma Body Battles the Sacred Body, a Broken Pot. Pei Qingshu personally welcomed Li Mingqiang in. The wooden house where Pei Qingshu lived was not far, but the two of them felt that this journey was very long. They did not speak along the way, and they looked at each other in silence when they arrived at the wooden house. His former young companion was now almost a god. The world was different, and things had changed. In the end, Pei Qingshu was the first to speak and he sighed. "I'm sorry." Although Li Mingqiang had already forgiven him for what happened back then and he had gradually let go of it after so many years, when he really saw Li Mingqiang, he realized that the guilt in his heart had never dissipated. He still felt guilty towards Li Mingqiang. "I once hated you and wondered if I was blind to actually treat you as a good friend." Li Mingqiang also let out a long sigh and said, "Later on, I also thought it through. The one at fault was not you, nor was it me. The fault was that we were too weak and could only be at the mercy of the immortal sects. Although that's the case, the mistakes I've made can't be erased just like that." Pei Qingshu shook his head and said solemnly, "I can't accept this matter being let go. I also don't believe that you can completely forget about it just because you've thought it through." At this point, he paused and stared at Li Mingqiang. He said in a low voice, "Let's fight. We won't hold back. Our realms are similar, so we can fight." Li Mingqiang was stunned for a moment before he laughed. "Ha ha ha. Good, good, ha. Let's fight and let out all the emotions that have been accumulated for hundreds of years. However, Qingshu, you have to be careful. I have the origin ancient sacred body. Although I'm not a god, my physical strength is close to that of a divine body. My body is also invulnerable. If your strength is not enough, you can't hurt me. Ha ha ha. Mingqiang, you're the one who should be careful." Pei Qingshu also laughed heartily and said loudly, "The path of my cultivation is a new path under Master's guidance and self-discovery. Now that I've refined a heavenly Tao Dharma body, although my realm is lower than the so-called gods, I still have some characteristics of a god. It's far from what people who haven't formed a divine body and haven't become gods can compare to. Moreover, I've been cultivating and fighting all the way here. You have to be careful. Don't be beaten up by me. Otherwise, when I see senior sister, I'll be blamed by her." The two of them went from being polite at the beginning to talking with spears and rods. However, although their words were intense, the atmosphere between the two of them was inexplicably much friendlier. Pei Qingshu and Li Mingqiang were not people who delayed. Since they had decided to fight, the two of them immediately took action and flew out of the wooden house into the sky. Boom! Buzz! 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 Two incomparably loud sounds exploded at the same time. It was as if billions of lightning bolts were swimming in the sky. In an instant, they covered a radius of tens of thousands of kilometers, making all the living beings in this area feel their scalps tingle. Countless people subconsciously looked up, or experts spread out their perception, trying to find these two incomparably powerful auras. Even some of the gods living in seclusion in the green stone wasteland looked at the sky in shock. As true gods, they could naturally sense that the two sides fighting were not real gods, but they had power that far exceeded the Tao imprint realm and was even close to the power of gods. They were all incomparably shocked. What kind of prodigy is this? They clearly haven't cultivated their divine body yet, but they actually have such power. It's too shocking. Is this really the Tao imprint realm? How can they be so powerful? There's actually such geniuses in the green stone wasteland. What a strong golden light. Could this be that sacred body? But who is fighting him? Many thoughts communicated in the void, and they were all very shocked. The strength displayed by Pei Qingshu and Li Mingqiang was too powerful. To people below the level of gods, they were invincible. In the sky, a ball of purple gold light intertwined with myriad techniques, as if it was the endorsement of the great Tao laws. Every move it made contained boundless power. On the other side, a person's entire body was enveloped in golden qi and blood flames. Even his hair and eyebrows had turned golden, and even most of the sky had turned golden. The former was Pei Qingshu's heavenly Tao Dharma body, while the latter was Li Mingqiang's origin ancient sacred body. They fought without holding back and were actually evenly matched. No one was at a disadvantage. No one was willing to be at a disadvantage. Fists collided, and the void exploded. Waves of air immediately surged in the world, forming hurricanes. Sand and stones flew, covering the sky. Everyone in the Linshan tribe was stunned. The priest looked up at the sky and muttered, "Oh my God, is this the power of the gods? It's too powerful. A casual attack can instantly destroy our entire tribe. One day, I'll become a god too." Wu Cheng looked at the sky with a burning gaze, his eyes filled with envy and sigh. "He's too powerful. If only I could have such strength too. No one would dare to bully our Linshan tribe anymore. However, Lord Priest, who is that person fighting the Lord God? He's actually so powerful. He can actually fight evenly with the Lord God. He claims to be an old friend of the Lord God." The priest looked at the sky and said with a frown, "The Lord God also went over to welcome him excitedly, but we didn't expect a fight to suddenly break out. Thank you for reading on my box novel. Com. Chapter 454 Dharma Body Battles the Sacred Body, A Broken Pot, 2. Chapter 454 Dharma Body Battles the Sacred Body, A Broken Pot, 2. Perhaps this is also a way to communicate emotions? Wu Cheng wondered. The priest fell silent for a moment before sighing. "I hope so." The sudden battle between Pei Qingshu and Li Mingcheng not only made the priests of the Linshan division worried, but also made the people who came to seek protection happy and afraid. They were happy that the strength Pei Qingshu displayed was indeed incomparably powerful. Every move he made contained nomological divine power. It was extremely powerful, and even experts at the peak of the Tao inscription realm did not dare to have any thoughts of resisting. Such powerful strength could definitely protect them from the Scarlet Calamity. But they were afraid of Li Mingcheng, who was fighting Pei Qingshu. The power of the origin ancient sacred body was really unparalleled. He was fighting Pei Qingshu to a draw. The sacred body seemed to have been specially born for the cultivation path. It displayed every cultivation advantage of the path to the peak. He was clearly only at the peak of the Tao imprint realm, but he could actually fight Pei Qingshu, who had reached the minor completion stage of the heavenly Tao dharmic powers, to a draw. It was very shocking. On a mountain peak not far from Mount Lin, the priest of the Dahua tribe was standing at the top of the mountain with Liang Yu, looking at the scene of light colliding and Tao runes colliding in the sky. At this moment, they had been watching here for a while. Liang Yu was already frightened out of her wits by the battle scene and power phenomenon in the distance. His face turned purple, and his legs were trembling. He said in extreme fear, "Lord Priest, this person is too strong. The power of a god is indeed the power of a god." The Dahua priest was usually not afraid. Instead, he stared at the sky excitedly and said with a smile, "The person fighting with the god of the Linshan tribe must be an expert sent by the Wood Nation. At that time, both sides will suffer losses. That will be my opportunity." Your opportunity?" Liang Yu looked at the priest beside him in confusion. Then, he reacted and said in shock, You're already at the peak of the Tao imprint realm?" "That's right. 100 years ago, I was already at the peak of the Tao imprint realm and was only one step away from cultivating a divine body." The Dahua priest grinned and said, "If I can bathe in divine blood and devour the flesh and blood of a god, I might be able to be reborn and become a god. So all of this was your plan?" Liang Yu's eyes widened when he heard this. He said in shock, "It's fake to attract the attention of many tribes and weaken the Linshan tribe. It's also fake to use the power of the Wood Nation to suppress this god. In fact, this is all for you to become a god. Brilliant, too brilliant. As long as you can become a god, our Dahua tribe will be one of the overlords of the Greenstone Wasteland in the future. We won't have to seek the protection of others anymore." That's great, that's great. Yes." The Dahua priest looked confident. He looked at the sky in front of him and thought to himself, "They're fighting so fiercely. It'll be over soon. At that time, I can use that secret treasure." Boom. At this moment, a loud bang suddenly came from the sky in the distance. Pei Qingshu and the light transformed by Li Mingcheng collided fiercely. "Ha ha ha ha. How satisfying. How satisfying." Pei Qingshu laughed loudly. His laughter exploded like thunder, spreading for thousands of kilometers, shaking the clouds and making the mountains and rivers tremble. At the same time, His entire body began to sublimate to the extreme. His already incomparably powerful heavenly Tao Dharma body changed further. He opened up a small world in his mind and condensed the power of the heavenly Tao into this small world, turning it into the heavenly Tao that ruled his entire body. This small change directly turned all the power in his body into the power of the heavenly Tao. Even the flesh, blood, and bones in his entire body began to be nourished by the power of the heavenly Tao. It could be said that the heavenly Tao power that was originally only fused into his Dharma body had finally completely become a part of him. Like an arm, it was even stronger. Heavenly Tao Dharma body, grand completion. In terms of strength, he had already completely reached the level of the so-called gods of the heaven realm. He was even stronger than ordinary gods and had more techniques. Li Mingcheng was also undergoing a tremendous change. At this moment, the blood in his entire body began to turn golden, and his body and soul began to sublimate. A pure power began to appear in the light of his sacred body. It was intertwined with laws and contained Tao runes. This was a body that only gods possessed, a divine power that only divine bodies could use. He had also broken through and directly became a true god. At this moment, the battle between the two of them ended. They looked at each other and laughed loudly. They were incomparably carefree. The knot in their hearts in the past had completely been untied. At the same time, they also noticed the Dahua priest and Liang Yu who were hiding on the distant mountain peak and spying on them. Hence, Pei Qingshu and Li Mingcheng each raised their hands and grabbed lightly. The two of them exploded into powder with terrified expressions. This was a destruction of both the body and soul, a complete annihilation. In the end, the Dahua priest's plan was not implemented in time and he was reduced to ashes. However, the secret treasure he originally planned to use to harvest and refine his body was left behind. It was actually a broken pottery bowl. Cracks had already appeared on the surface of the pottery bowl. It looked like it could not be used at all. However, in the eyes of Pei Qingshu and Li Mingcheng, this broken pottery bowl was incomparably terrifying. On such a dilapidated pottery bowl, there was actually an incomparably terrifying and powerful aura intertwined. It seemed to have the ability to devour and refine everything. It was very magical. This aura was so powerful that even they, who already had the strength of gods, could not compare to it at all. Subdue it and bring it back for Master to evaluate. Pei Qingshu quickly made a decision. He circulated the Tao power in his body and used the spell Kui Heng had taught him, the weapon suppression technique. For example, if Dharma treasures and weapons had owners, using this technique could weaken their power. If one fought at the same realm and cultivated this technique to the highest level, they would have the ability to directly destroy weapons and Dharma treasures. If the Dharma treasures and weapons had no owners, as long as he used this technique, he could completely suppress their power and prevent himself from being injured. Moreover, even if the power of the Dharma treasures and weapons was much higher than the caster, it could still be effective. Therefore, Pei Qingshu did not hesitate. He subdued the broken bowl that emitted a terrifying aura and stuffed it into his sleeve. Such a supreme treasure was actually suppressed by you so easily, Li Mingcheng said in extreme shock. He could also sense the horrific power on the broken bowl. He felt that without a specific artifact controlling technique, it was impossible for him to subdue it. He did not expect Pei Qingshu to succeed so easily. And it looked like it was still effortless. What kind of technique is this? It's all thanks to Master's teachings. Pei Qingshu nodded and smiled. At the same time, he cupped his hands and bowed in the direction of the Wood Nation's imperial city. This broken bowl is not simple. Let's return to the Wood Nation first. All right. Li Mingcheng nodded and said, coincidentally, there are some details of our cooperation that I need to consult Senior about. While Pei Qingshu was fighting Li Mingcheng, Zheng Nanshuan, who had gone to look for Jiang Chiche's traces, also discovered something. This was a wasteland. There were rocks everywhere. In the distance stood a few clearly half-destroyed mountains that looked like they had been cut off. Even though 50 years had passed since that battle, there was still a sharp aura in the void. This sharp aura was indeed left behind by Master. It's her immortal dawn sword light. I can't be wrong. Zheng Nanxuan's body trembled slightly in excitement. Master was here before. Master was here before. Although being here did not mean that she would leave a message here, this was the first time in more than 600 years that she had truly felt Jiang Qiqi's aura. This made her feel extremely nostalgic. She even felt like she had returned to the time when her master was still at Songqing Mountain 600 years ago. However, Zheng Nanxuan quickly woke up and continued to search here. Even if master didn't leave any messages, I might be able to find some clues about her subsequent whereabouts. Thank you for reading on my box novel. Com. This rocky wasteland was huge. With Zheng Nanxuan's current cultivation, it would be a lot of work to explore the entire place. This rocky wasteland was huge. With Zheng Nanxuan's current cultivation, it would be a lot of work to explore the entire place. However, in order to find the traces left behind by Jiang Qiqi, no matter how difficult it was, she was willing to overcome it. Moreover, she was extremely careful throughout the entire exploration. Even if it was a small stone, she would carefully examine it to see if there were any information imprints. Many times, the so-called traces were not necessarily visible on the surface. Especially after one's realm was higher. For example, the powerful will contained in a sword light might exist forever. Most of the time, this will not cover a wide range. It would automatically condense in a smaller area or even on something specific. Moreover, it was extremely hidden. Usually, unless one personally came into contact with that thing, it was very difficult to sense this remnant will information. This was what Zheng Nanxuan was looking for. This was because the will information condensed when one attacked usually reflected the thought at the moment the attack was made and the state of the person's mental state at that time. This made it possible to determine the situation Jiang Qiqi was facing at that time. In theory, any place in this rocky wasteland might contain traces of Jiang Qiqi's powerful will. However, searching bit by bit was no different from finding a needle in a haystack. But she could only search like this. After all, this will imprint was only a trace of her attack and was not deliberately left behind. This caused the will imprint to be inconspicuous and very easily affected by natural factors. Once a long time passes, the mark might naturally dissipate and disappear. She had to be extremely careful when exploring. This process was also extremely boring, but Zheng Nanxuan did not slack off or relax at all. Finally, after rummaging through most of the rocky wasteland, Zheng Nanxuan finally discovered a special stone. This was a stone the size of an adult's fist. Its surface was very smooth and flat. It was clearly cut open by some external force. Moreover, the moment Zheng Nanxuan saw this stone, she vaguely felt that it was different from the other gravel. She hurriedly held the stone in her hand and stretched out her soul power to wrap around the stone, carefully feeling the traces and imprints on it. The next moment, Zheng Nanxuan felt her vision blur, as if endless colorful light was surging towards her, instantly drowning all her senses. At the same time, she thought she heard a muffled voice. Wuxia killed the holy son of the longevity divine mountain here. Zheng Nanxuan immediately felt her scalp tingle and her entire body tremble. This was a voice she was extremely familiar with, and it was also a voice she would never forget. At this moment, she actually cried tears of joy. She hugged the stone tightly in her arms and said with a trembling voice, "It's master, it's really master. It's master's will imprint." She hugged the stone and stood there for a long time. It was only when the sky gradually darkened that she barely calmed down. There should be more than this piece of gravel with master's will imprint here. Zheng Nanxuan put away the stone and continued to search and explore this area. Unfortunately, after she explored the entire rocky wasteland, she only found an additional piece of gravel with traces of a mark. Moreover, the imprint on this piece of gravel had already become very blurry. With the level of her soul power, she could only determine that this was left behind by Jiang Qiqi. She could not clearly sense the contents at all. "I'll hand it over to Ancestral Grandmaster when I get back. With Ancestral Grandmaster's realm, he'll definitely be able to decipher it." Zheng Nanxuan put away the gravel and headed towards the Wood Nation expectantly. In a palace in the capital of the Wood Nation. This was where Kui Heng lived. As Li Mingcheng, Pei Qingshu, Zheng Nanshuan, and the others had yet to return, and the yellow-scarfed strongman and Hui Shi were silent. It had been rather quiet these few days. However, although it was quiet, he was not idle. In the past few days, through talking to the Wood Emperor and the god from Evergreen Heights, he had a more detailed understanding of the current Heaven Realm. Now, very few people in the Heaven Realm knew what the Heaven Realm was. Only some forces with ancient inheritances and deep foundations knew what the Heaven Realm was. For example, the Evergreen Heights where Jing Xiangzhen came from. The ancestral master of the Evergreen Heights was a disciple of the ancient great sect, the Longevity Divine Mountain. He knew many ancient secrets, and a large portion of them had become the current secrets of Evergreen Heights. Most living beings called this world the 9,000 heavenly regions. Standing at the top of the 9,000 heavenly regions were 120 immortal orthodoxies, 349 ancient sects, and 76 countries. Every force had incomparably powerful strength, a long history, and a deep foundation. According to the Wood Emperor and Jing Xiangzhen, gods could be considered top experts in a place like the Greenstone Wasteland. However, in these large factions, they might only be considered ordinary legacy disciples. Among these large factions, only existences who had surpassed the heavenly god realm could be considered true experts. They possessed all kinds of unbelievable power and were far from what any heavenly god could compare to. An existence at this level was called a venerable. It was also the realm that the Wood Emperor and Jing Xiangzhen thought Quiheng was at. Above the venerable were the supreme existence at the level of the masters. They were also called supremes or omnipotent experts. Legend had it that many of these experts had existed long before the appearance of the ancient Scarlet Calamity. Then, they had lived until now. Their strength had already reached the peak and was unfathomable. However, such supreme experts at the level of the masters was rare even in the 9,000 heavenly region. It was said that there were less than 30 people at that level. As for how powerful these venerables and masters were, neither the Wood Emperor nor Jing Xiangzhen could give a clear description. After all, to them, such existences were too far from their reach. Coupled with this information, Quiheng fell into deep thought. According to what I learned from Wu Yong in the past, 500,000 years ago, almost no experts who had crossed the second heavenly ladder realm had appeared in the Heaven Realm. The sixth Heaven Gate realm was the strongest, and people at that realm were even addressed as heavenly venerables. The weaker cultivators at the fifth and fourth Heaven Gate realm are also extremely rare in the entire Heaven Realm. The most common ones are those who have yet to cross the first heavenly ladder. If the so-called masters and heavenly venerables are similar to experts who'd crossed the first heavenly ladder, then the current Heaven Realm might not be much weaker than the previous Heaven Realm. It might even be stronger. But if that's the case, what's the purpose of the outer world corroding the Heaven Realm here? Moreover, if the cultivators who'd crossed the first heavenly ladder are already the strongest, what right do they have to resist the outer world? He still could not determine how powerful the other side was. The only thing he could be sure of was that the 9 heavens of the other side were at least experts who had crossed the second heavenly ladder realm. If the Heaven Realm did not have existences at the corresponding level, it was probably impossible to resist the other party's corrosion. After all, from Hui Shi's situation, at the 6th Heaven Gate realm, one would already have begun to form some soul formation characteristics. If one crossed the second heavenly ladder and reached the 7th Heaven Gate realm, there was a high chance that they would have more soul formation characteristics. When one reached the 9th Heaven Gate realm and approached the 3rd Heavenly Ladder realm, it was very likely that he would already be comparable to a true early-stage soul formation cultivator. It was clearly impossible to resist an enemy of this level or even stronger. This Heaven Realm definitely has hidden strength. Whether it's the former Wu Yong, the current Wood Emperor, or Jing Xiangzhen, the situation they understand should be very one-sided. Quiheng made a judgment in his heart and thought to himself, however, I've gained a lot this time. I only asked the two of them to introduce the situation of the Heaven Realm to me. My communication with the Heaven Realm has deepened again, and my cultivation speed has increased by 10%. As long as I can continue to deepen my understanding of the Heaven Realm, this communication relationship will definitely become deeper and deeper. I can step into the mid-stage soul formation realm faster and be more confident in doing things. Ordinary gods and heavenly gods are no longer of much help to me. If I want to understand the information about the heaven realm more clearly, I'm afraid I still have to find those immortal orthodoxies and ancient sects. Where should I start? Just as Kui Heng was thinking, Pei Qingshu and Li Mingcheng rushed back and explained their experiences to Kui Heng. You too can be considered to have resolved your grudges. Kui Heng looked at the two of them and smiled. He was quite satisfied with this outcome. Actually, he had long seen through the knot in Pei Qingshu's heart. This time, he asked Li Mingcheng to cooperate with him because he wanted to use this opportunity to help him untie the knot in his heart so that it would not affect his cultivation. From the looks of it, the effect was still not bad. Thank you for your guidance, Master. Pei Qingshu bowed. He now understood Kui Heng's intentions, and his heart was filled with gratitude. Then, he said, by the way, Master, after we killed the priest of the Dahua tribe, we obtained a strange pottery bowl. Please take a look. As he spoke, he flipped his hand and took out the pottery bowl, holding it with both hands for Kui Heng. Hey! When Kui Heng saw the pottery bowl, he immediately frowned. He felt a trace of the immortal dawn sword art on it. Then, he held the pottery bowl in his hand and examined it for a moment before saying, when this thing was intact, it should be a treasure whose essence is comparable to the ninth realm of the immortal world. However, the body of the treasure is already incomplete now, and the Tao patterns and laws have completely dissipated. Only a weak aura is left. From the traces on the crack, the person who destroyed this pottery bowl should be Chichi. Senior sister? Pei Qingshu's eyes widened in shock. Yes. Kui Heng nodded slightly. Then, with a thought, he released Jing Xiangzhen from his personal grotto heaven and said in a low voice, do you recognize this bowl? Jing Xiangzhen had just walked out of the grotto heaven and was still a little dizzy. However, when he saw the pottery bowl, he immediately jolted and widened his eyes in surprise. Devouring Divine Spirit Bowl. This is the personal treasure of the Holy Son of the Longevity Divine Mountain. Thank you for reading on my box novel. Com. Longevity Divine Mountain? Longevity Divine Mountain? Kui Heng's eyes narrowed slightly when he heard this. He stared at Jing Xiangzhen and said in a low voice, is that the ancient sect where the ancestral master of your Evergreen Heights came from? That's right. Jing Xiangzhen nodded repeatedly and said, 800 years ago, the Holy Son of the Longevity Divine Mountain traveled here. I once tracked his traces for a period of time and saw the power of this treasure. At this point, he swallowed and said in fear, this is a heavenly god treasure armament. It's even sturdier than a heavenly god's body. It was actually beaten to such a state. No wonder the Holy Son died. The Holy Son of the Longevity Divine Mountain was killed in the Greenstone Wasteland 50 years ago, right? Kui Heng placed the pottery bowl on the table and said indifferently, do you know why he was killed? You've also heard of that battle back then? Jing Xiong really didn't doubt him. He only thought that Kui Heng wanted to understand the Longevity Divine Mountain in greater depth. Actually, I'm not too sure about the cause of that battle. I only found out later. It's said that one of the Holy Son's treasures was stolen. The Holy Son originally wouldn't pursue the matter, but the person who stole his treasure actually dared to come back to provoke him. The Holy Son couldn't take it anymore and could only attack. But he didn't expect that the thief's strength was unbelievably powerful. She was clearly in the same heavenly god realm as the Holy Son was, but in the end, she actually killed the Holy Son. Later on, that person was ordered to be executed by the Longevity Divine Mountain. They even put up a wanted notice for that person in the territory of the state and even issued a huge reward. If anyone can bring that person's corpse to the Longevity Divine Mountain, they can choose 3 heavenly god-level precious weapons and an ancient divine technique at will. He told him everything he knew. Just as he was about to say something else, he realized that the supreme existence in front of him had already turned as cold as frost. His entire body emitted a cold aura, as if a strong killing intent was about to erupt at any moment. This frightened Jing Xiangzhen so much that he trembled. He hurriedly shut his mouth and did not dare to continue. Thief! Wanted! Bounty. Kui Heng's gaze became incomparably cold. In an instant, the temperature in the entire Qingtian region and the surrounding heavenly regions suddenly dropped a few degrees. At the same time, clouds surged in the sky, and an incomparably oppressive aura filled the world. However, this phenomenon only existed for an instant before dissipating, making many people wonder if they were hallucinating. Only those true experts were horrified. What kind of power was this? It could actually instantly cover several heavenly regions. Could it be that a certain supreme master was angry? Or could it be that because the scarlet calamity was about to arrive, all kinds of phenomena had begun to appear in the world? In that instant, the change in the aura of the world made the top experts of the Qingtian region and the surrounding heavenly regions have countless guesses and get busy. In the capital of the Wood Nation in the Greenstone Wasteland, Kui Heng had already cut off the influence of his emotions on the great Tao of the outside world. However, his gaze was still cold as he said in a low voice, "Who said that the Holy Son of the Longevity Divine Mountain's treasures were stolen?" He did not believe that Jiang Chichi would steal someone's treasure. It must be a lie fabricated by the Longevity Divine Mountain to protect their Holy Son's image. As for the bounty, they just wanted to kill Jiang Chichi. It was really detestable. This, Jing Xiangzhen's voice trembled, and his heart was filled with fear. He did not expect Kui Heng to have such a huge reaction. However, he was a god after all. Even though he was facing a huge mental pressure, he still barely stabilized his mind and replied, "He hotly Sun said it himself. We can only believe it." "You don't know the exact cause and effect of that battle?" Kui Heng asked. I only accompanied the Holy Sun for a period of time at the beginning," Jing Xiangzhen hurriedly said. "The person who really accompanied the Holy Sun for a long time was my senior brother. He might know the entire situation." "All right." Kui Heng nodded and said to the outside, "Hui Shi." "Yes." Hui Shi immediately walked in and bowed respectfully. "Sir, what instructions do you have?" "Accompany him to Evergreen Heights and invite his senior brother over," Kui Heng said in a low voice as he pointed at Jing Xiangzhen. "Yes, sir." Hui Shi nodded, then glanced at Jing Xiangzhen. "Follow me." This isn't good," Jing Xiangzhen said with a bitter expression. "If I bring people back to the sect to capture my senior brother, I will definitely be killed by the elders. Moreover, Evergreen Heights has a heavenly god. My senior brother also has a heavenly god treasure weapon bestowed by the Holy Sun back then. Your follower might not be able to." Crack. Suddenly, there was a muffled sound. Jing Xiangzhen's voice stopped abruptly. His head was turned around to face his back, and his neck was broken by a finger. Noisy. Hui Shi frowned and held Jing Xiangzhen in his hand. He said to Kui Heng, "Sir, I'll take my leave." He had just forcefully broken Jing Xiangzhen's neck and used his Tao power to cut off his life force, sealing his soul and causing him to fall into a state of suspended animation. This made it easier to take him away. "All right, go." Kui Heng nodded and said, "Go early and come back early. Whoever dares to stop you shall be killed without mercy." "Yes, sir." Hui Shi nodded and strode out. He was like an unsheathed blade that was about to destroy everything in front of him. At this moment, Pei Qingshu and Li Mingcheng were already stunned, their faces filled with shock. Especially Pei Qingshu. He had been by Kui Heng's side for a long time, but he had never seen Kui Heng so angry. Was it for his senior sister, whom he had never met before? At this moment, Pei Qingshu had an inexplicable feeling. That senior sister's status in Master's heart might far exceed his and Li Mingcheng's. Of course, it could also be an illusion. After all, Master had always loved his disciples. "Did I scare you?" Kui Heng suddenly spoke. His expression was no longer cold, but carried a faint smile. No. Li Mingcheng shook his head and said, "That Holy Son of the Longevity Divine Mountain slandered your disciple. He definitely deserves to die. I understand Master's feelings." Pei Qingshu nodded. "I have a problem." Kui Heng stood up and stood with his hands behind his back. With his back facing the two of them, he said in a low voice, "I like to protect my people. When the matter is investigated, we'll know if this person is courting death." Then, he turned around and waved his hand. All right, let's not talk about this. How's your discussion about establishing a religion and spreading our faith? I've discussed it with Ming Cheng on the way and already have a preliminary plan. Pei Qingshu immediately perked up and nodded. We plan to use the Linshan tribe as the core as the first stop to display the miracle. After the faith of the yellow-scarfed guardian god reaches a certain scale there, I'll get the emperor of the Wood Nation to send someone over to testify for the name of the guardian god. At the same time, I'll transfer the core of his faith to the capital of the Wood Nation. From that moment on, we'll preach in two directions. On one side, we'll use the Linshan tribe as the starting point and spread it to the surrounding tribes. On the other side, we'll spread the faith to the surrounding areas with the capital of the Wood Nation as the core. With the cooperation of these two directions, the speed of the spreading of the faith will greatly increase. It should be able to allow the sect to have a certain scale as quickly as possible. Yes, it's a steady approach. Kui Heng nodded and praised, then said, however, it's actually very difficult to gain a foothold with just this steady development. In this heaven realm where experts are everywhere, if one really wants people to believe in a sect, they have to show enough strength. This sect needs a battle. Master, you mean Pei Qingshu had already roughly guessed the outcome. Let Evergreen Heights help you complete this battle. Kui Heng smiled and said, Evergreen Heights is a side branch of an ancient sect and is also a top faction in the core area of the Qinghua domain. It's just right. That's true. Pei Qingshu nodded excitedly and said, thank you for your guidance, Master. We'll go to the Linshan tribe to preach first. Then, we'll wait for Huisha's results. Sure. Kui Heng nodded slightly. Then, he picked up the pottery bowl and shook it gently in his hand. It immediately glowed again and he said to the outside, yellow-scarfed strongman, I'll let you command this treasure around in the future. It can be considered a divine weapon for the sect in the future. The yellow-scarfed strongman came in from outside and took the reforged pottery bowl with both hands. He said respectfully, thank you for the treasure, immortal venerable. Kui Heng had already casually refined this originally broken devouring divine spirit bowl into a peak nascent soul dharma treasure that was suitable for the yellow-scarfed strongman at his current realm. At this moment, Li Mingcheng, who was standing at the side, was already incomparably shocked. His gaze froze on the pottery bowl that had regained its luster. Just now, Kui Heng only looked like he was shaking the pottery bowl gently, making it glow again. However, in his eyes, the essence of this broken heavenly god treasure armament had actually been sublimated countless times in an instant. Its power and aura had been strengthened countless times, reaching a level that he could not understand at all. This was too shocking. Senior is invincible, Li Mingcheng muttered and could not help but sigh. There's no need to be surprised. Kui Heng looked at Li Mingcheng and smiled. If you manage this sect well, you'll benefit endlessly. Yes. Li Mingcheng nodded heavily. Thank you for your guidance, Senior. Not long after Pei Qingshu and Li Mingcheng left, Zheng Nanshuan returned. Along with her were 2 pieces of gravel that contained Jiang Chichi's will imprint. This made Kui Heng rather happy. Ancestral Grandmaster, the information imprint in this piece of gravel is very clear. Its master's will when she killed the holy son of the longevity divine mountain. Zheng Nanshuan first took out the first piece of gravel, then took out the second piece of gravel and placed it in front of Kui Heng. This piece of gravel also has the will imprint left behind by Master, but the information is already very blurry. My soul power is limited and I can't sense it clearly. Grandmaster, please take a look. Thank you for reading on my box novel. Com. All right. Kui Heng nodded slightly and picked up the first rock to sense the traces of will inside. He said in a low voice, it's indeed the longevity divine mountain. All right. Kui Heng nodded slightly and picked up the first rock to sense the traces of will inside. He said in a low voice, it's indeed the longevity divine mountain. Previously, through the investigation of the devouring divine spirit bowl and Jing Xiangzhen's description, he had basically confirmed that the person Jiang Chichi killed 50 years ago should be the holy son of the longevity divine mountain. Now, the traces of will in this piece of gravel confirmed this guess. Then, he picked up the second piece of gravel and spread out his divine sense to envelop it, beginning to analyze the traces of will inside. Just as Zheng Nanxuan had said, the traces of will in this piece of gravel had already become incomplete and extremely blurry. In another 3 to 5 years, they would probably completely disappear. However, there was still a portion left. With Kui Heng's cultivation realm, he could easily recover the information inside. This was a very short sentence. Evil demons of the outer world. Don't leave. This was information contained in the traces of Jiang Qiqi's will, her emotions and thoughts when she attacked. Kui Heng frowned. Jiang Qiqi actually encountered the outer world experts. And they even fought. Moreover, other than the once in 10,000 years scarlet calamity in the heaven realm, there did not seem to be any signs of the invasion of the outer world. 50 years ago, an outer world life form actually appeared here? Did she encounter a powerful life form from the outer world after killing the holy son of the longevity divine mountain? Ancestral Grandmaster, have you investigated the traces of Master's will? Zheng Nanxuan asked very anxiously. She was very, very concerned about Jiang Qiqi's information. All right. Kui Heng nodded slightly and said, Qiqi encountered a living being from the outer world. She called it an outer world demon and should have fought with it. What? The outer world? Zheng Nanxuan immediately became worried when she heard this. Will Master be fine? The outer world experts were extremely powerful, and she was worried that Jiang Qiqi would be injured. She should be fine. Kui Heng shook his head gently and smiled. From the traces of her will, Qiqi shouldn't be injured. She still has the strength to chase after that demon. That's great, that's great. Zheng Nanxuan patted her chest gently and heaved a sigh of relief. She muttered, yes, it's good that she's fine. It's good that she's fine. All right, don't worry. I think Qiqi should know her limits. Kui Heng nodded and said in a low voice, however, from the looks of it, Qiqi met an outer world life form after killing the holy son of the longevity divine mountain. I'm afraid the invaders of the outer world have long infiltrated some ancient sects and even immortal orthodoxies. It's just that it's hidden well, so the heaven realm doesn't seem to have many traces of being invaded. Thinking of this, he thought to himself, I'm afraid we'll only know the exact situation at that time when the people from the longevity divine mountain come out. Coincidentally, this is also an ancient sect. It can further increase my understanding of the heaven realm and deepen my communication with the great Tao laws of the heaven realm, thereby increasing the speed of my cultivation. His mind raced. At the same time, he looked northwest. That was where Evergreen Heights was. One of the goals of letting Wuxia capture the people from Evergreen Heights was to lure out the ancient orthodoxy, the longevity divine mountain. As an expert in the sixth heaven gate realm, Wuxia could still easily fly on the clouds without any obstacles even in the heaven realm where the nomological great Tao was extremely firm. The Qinghua domain was extremely vast. To many gods and even heavenly gods, it would take a long time to cross a region, but to Wuxia, it was just an ordinary distance. Before long, he arrived at an area in the core of the Qinghua domain. Wuxia stood in the sky and looked down. His gaze swept across the large cities and he could not help but feel a little emotional. This core area and the greenstone wasteland are both in the Qinghua domain, but the difference is like heaven and earth. At this moment, the large cities he saw were all incomparably huge and magnificent. The population living inside could be said to be huge, counting in the millions. The array formation above the city was filled with essence condensation and spirit gathering. It gathered the heaven-earth origin chi and great Tao laws to nourish the people and everything inside. The main buildings inside also contained Tao runes. It was very mysterious. Even the city wall emitted an incomparably ancient aura. Every city here was a treasure intertwined with Tao and logos. It contained extremely powerful might. If ordinary people dared to barge in, they would definitely pay a heavy price. However, even in such a city, the defense was only protecting the huge palace group at the core. The courtyard walls were deep, and palaces and pavilions were everywhere. It was like an independent city. Moreover, this group of palaces also emitted an ancient and mysterious aura, as if they were treasures that had been passed down from ancient times to now. They contained unbelievable power. At the main entrance of the palace wall hung a plaque that read, "Evergreen Sect. This is Evergreen Heights, right?" Wuxia looked at Jing Xiangzhen, who he had subdued, and said in a low voice, "Is that right?" On the way here, in order to let Jing Xiangzhen point the way, he had already twisted this person's neck back and released the suppression on his soul. Yes, it's indeed Evergreen Heights." Jing Xiangzhen nodded repeatedly, not daring to have any thoughts. The state of suspended animation where his soul was forcefully suppressed and his body's vitality was cut off was too terrifying. He did not want to experience it a second time. "All right." Wuxia nodded. Suddenly, he raised his hand and lifted Jing Xiangzhen into the air. Then, he shook his arm slightly, as if he was aiming. This, what are you trying to do?" Jing Xiangzhen said in fear, "There's a protective array outside the villa." "Sir, don't." "Shut up." Wuxia snorted and looked down. He said in a low voice, "I just need you to scout the way. Don't worry, you won't die." As soon as he finished speaking, buzz. With a tearing sound, Jing Xiangzhen was tossed out like a meteor falling from the sky. He turned into a stream of light and smashed down at an extremely fast speed. Today, Evergreen Heights was in a festive atmosphere. Lanterns and decorations were everywhere, as if a grand celebration was being held. As the patriarch, Chang Yongxin stood in front of the Evergreen Hall and gently stroked his beard as he looked at the scene below in satisfaction. At the bottom of the stairs of the Evergreen Hall was a huge square. 100 disciples who had just entered knelt here and bowed respectfully to the patriarch, Chang Yongxin. This was the day they entered the sect, and also the day that Evergreen Heights recruited disciples once every 10 years. At the front of these 100 new disciples was a handsome youth. He was tall and slender, and his gaze was like lightning. His entire body had an extraordinary temperament, giving off a feeling of transcendence. His name was Yi Yuan, and he was born with a divine body. It was rumored that he was the reincarnation of an ancient venerable and had endless potential. In the future, he would definitely surpass the heavenly god realm and return to the venerable realm. This was also the reason why Chang Yongxin was in a good mood and the entire Evergreen Heights was celebrating. After Yi Yuan joined Evergreen Heights, as long as he could grow up, he would at least be able to give Evergreen Villa another heavenly god. In the future, he would become one of the strongest forces in the Qingtian region. If the rumors were true and Yi Yuan could really step into the venerable realm, the status of the entire Evergreen Heights would increase by leaps and bounds. It would directly become a force comparable to an ancient sect. At the thought that under his lead, Evergreen Heights would surpass their former glory and reach the level of an ancient sect, Chang Yongxin felt comfortable. If Yi Yuan can become a venerable, the Divine Mountain will probably be able to forgive what happened 50 years ago. Chang Yongxin suddenly thought of a past event, and his expression became gloomy. 50 years ago, the Holy Son of the Divine Mountain was killed under my escort, causing the Divine Mountain to punish me and seal my realm, preventing me from ever reaching the peak of the heavenly god realm. It's all that detestable Jiang Hengxia's fault. The Holy Son of the Longevity Divine Mountain is interested in the techniques she cultivates and the treasures on her. This is her honor. She actually dared to refuse and even killed the Holy Son. She's just a heavenly god. How dare she? How dare she? To this day, he could not understand his experience from 50 years ago. Why did a person without any background or even a heavenly god from a sect dare to kill the Holy Son of the Longevity Divine Mountain? What was even more difficult for him to understand was that after the Longevity Divine Mountain issued a wanted bounty on Jiang Hengxia and offered an extremely generous reward, no one could complete it. Even the Longevity Divine Mountain could not capture that person. It was really unbelievable. Jiang Hengxia had disappeared after the battle 50 years ago. There was no news of her again, as if she had disappeared from the face of the earth. However, in Chang Yongxin's opinion, this was not a bad thing. Since everyone had disappeared, he did not have to worry about his Evergreen Heights being attacked by Jiang Hengxia. Sigh, what's the point of thinking about this on such a good day? Chang Yongxin shook his head and turned his gaze to the group of new disciples below again. He chuckled in his heart and said, "As long as we can continue developing like this, my evergreen heights will have a promising future." Then, he looked around and frowned again. He asked curiously, "Junior brother Jing, where did you go? Why didn't you come back on such an important day?" At this moment, boom! An earth-shattering bang came from above. The large group of palaces where Evergreen Heights was trembled a few times. At the same time, a layer of green light suddenly lit up in the sky, but it suddenly split into countless fragments and scattered. Countless lights spread out like water waves, and green pillars of light rose from the palaces below before collapsing and disappearing. This sudden change left everyone present at a loss. The protective array that had protected Evergreen Heights for countless years actually shattered without warning. Another figure fell from the sky. It was this figure that shattered the light curtain. "Senior brother, save me. Thank you for reading on my box novel. Com. Enveloped by Huisha's power, Jing Xiangzhen easily shattered the protective array of Evergreen Heights. Enveloped by Huisha's power, Jing Xiangzhen easily shattered the protective array of Evergreen Heights. The extreme fear made him subconsciously cry for help. His voice sounded in the sky and instantly spread throughout the entire Evergreen Villa, causing the people who were looking at the sky to be dumbfounded. The new disciples led by Yi Yuan were even more stunned. Their gazes froze, and for a moment, they did not know how to react. They had just joined this large sect. What happened? What's going on? Chang Yongshin looked at the sky in extreme shock. He looked at the mountain-protecting array that was collapsing in all directions, and his eyes revealed fear. Who is it? Who is it? The protective array of Evergreen Heights was left behind by their ancestral master. At that time, the ancestral master was already a venerable when he set up the array formation. This protective array formation could definitely withstand all attacks below the venerable realm, and it could also withstand the attacks of some ordinary venerables. It was impossible for ordinary forces to destroy this protective array. However, the scene in front of him forced him to believe this fact. The protective array had really been destroyed. Moreover, it had shattered the core of the array formation head-on. At the same time, the small defensive array formations related to it were all rendered ineffective. There was no possibility of repairing them. This was simply destroying one of the strongest foundations of Evergreen Heights in an instant. "Jing Xiangzhen, what did you do?" Chang Yongshin roared angrily. He raised his hand and grabbed Jing Xiangzhen, who was falling from the sky. He grabbed his neck and gritted his teeth. "What did you just do?" Jing Xiangzhen was speechless for a moment. He could only raise his hand and point at the sky. There. What are you trying to say?" Chang Yongshin frowned. As Huisha had hidden his aura, Chang Yongshin, who was only at the heavenly god realm, could not sense his existence at all. However, at this moment, Huisha, who was standing in the sky, suddenly spoke. "Jing Xiangzhen, bring your senior brother and follow me." His tone was very calm, but his voice was like billions of lightning bolts exploding at the same time, instantly drowning out all other sounds within a radius of tens of thousands of kilometers. This made all the living beings only sense his voice, his appearance, and his figure. However, when the people who heard the voice realized the meaning of this sentence, they immediately jolted back to their senses, their faces filled with disbelief. What did that voice just say? Jing Xiangzhen was bringing his senior brother with him? If Jing Xiangzhen was a god-level elder and also the junior brother of the current patriarch, Chang Yongshin, then his senior brother was Chang Yongshin, who was standing in front of the Evergreen Hall. First, he destroyed the protective array of Evergreen Heights, then he wanted to take away the current patriarch. He had ill intentions. Impudent. At this moment, a few shouts came from the depths of the palace group below. Immediately after, 3 old men with white hair and beards flew up from the wall of the deep palace. They were all at the heavenly god realm and were holding weapons with powerful fluctuations. Huisha glanced at the 3 of them before his gaze landed on the 3 weapons. They all had power fluctuations equivalent to the peak of the heavenly god realm. This was most likely the foundation of Evergreen Heights. While Wuxia was sizing up the three of them, they had already flown into the air and stood in front of Wuxia. Who exactly are you? Why did you attack my evergreen heights? I see that your strength is extraordinary. You must have already surpassed the heavenly god realm. You should also know that my evergreen heights is a side branch of the longevity divine mountain. Our evergreen heights has always been kind to others. We haven't offended you in any way, right? Why did you destroy our protective array and want to capture the patriarch? Clearly, the three of them did not care about their lives. They did not seem to be afraid that Wuxia would kill them. The appearance of these three people made the Evergreen Heights disciples below heave a sigh of relief. In the eyes of most people, the three heavenly gods who had just appeared were all experts with deep foundations. They even held extremely powerful weapons in their hands and could definitely defeat the invader. However, there were also people who did not have much information about Evergreen Heights. They were Yi Yuan, who stood at the front of the group of new disciples and had been appointed as the head of this generation's legacy disciples. While the surrounding people were secretly glad and relieved, he frowned slightly and quietly retreated behind everyone, planning to leave quietly. As a natural-born divine body, he also had a special perception of experts. In Yi Yuan's perception, Wuxia, who was standing in the air, was like a brilliant sun, as if he was eternal and had immeasurable power. As for the three heavenly gods, they were like candles in the wind. Although they were still burning with flames and were still very bright, the flames had already begun to waver, and they might extinguish at any moment. The two sides were not on the same level at all. This was Yi Yuan's judgment. Evergreen Heights was finish. At this moment, Wuxia's gaze landed on the three heavenly gods again. He said in a low voice, "Are you really going to stop me?" The three heavenly gods were silent, but they still stood in front of Wuxia. Good, very good. Wuxia nodded, and his body began to emanate an incomparably powerful force. He said indifferently, "Before I came, Sir told me that he wanted to bring Jing Xiangzhen's senior brother back. Those who stand in my way will die." As soon as he finished speaking, boom! Standing in front of Wuxia, the heavenly god closest to him exploded into a ball of blood mist on the spot. Be it his body or soul, they were all reduced to ashes in an instant and he no longer existed. Even the heavenly god armament in his hand shattered at the same time. The spiritual qi and Tao patterns condensed on it also shattered, turning into a pile of scrap metal. In an instant, a heavenly god's body and soul were destroyed. The other two heavenly gods were instantly horrified. Their survival instincts almost made them escape crazily. But they still did not leave. They continued to stand there and stop Wuxia. "As long as we're around, we won't allow you to be impudent in Evergreen Heights. Just attack. I can't sit back and do nothing. I have to stop you." This was their will that defeated their survival instincts. They would rather die than stand aside in front of Wuxia. Your actions can be said to be respectable. If it were anyone other human, they might be soft-hearted. Wuxia stared at the two of them and suddenly shook his head. He sneered and said, "But I'm not human. I'm just Sir's saber. Your Evergreen Heights disciple who wanted to harm Sir's disciple deserves to die." Bang! Bang! With two more explosions, the two heavenly gods exploded into blood mist like the previous one. Their bodies and souls completely disappeared, and their bodies and souls were destroyed. The entire Evergreen Heights instantly fell silent. Everyone fell silent, and no one dared to make a sound. The power Wuxia displayed was too terrifying. The three heavenly gods were actually like ants in front of him. They were reduced to ashes and no longer existed. Chang Yongxin looked at the scene in the sky in disbelief. He was no longer able to comprehend the scene. He pushed back in fear and leaned against the outer wall of the hall, muttering, "How is this possible? How is this possible?" Buzz! With a whoosh, Wuxia landed in front of the hall and climbed up the steps step by step. He ignored Jing Xiangzhen, who had been thrown to the side, and came to Chang Yongxin. "Let's go. Thank you for reading on my box novel. Com. Chapter 459 Primordial Spirit Retracted into the Niwan. Chapter 459 Primordial Spirit Retracted into the Niwan. You, who exactly are you? Chang Yongshin naturally did not want to surrender just like that, but he did not have the guts to resist. After all, the scene of the three heavenly gods' bodies and souls being destroyed was still fresh in his mind. This person was too powerful, ridiculously powerful. He could not be angered. Otherwise, his life might be in danger. As I said just now, I'm just a saber. I'm here to bring you to see someone. Wuxia's expression was calm as he said indifferently, as long as you don't move, I won't kill you. I'm the patriarch of the Evergreen Villa. I also have the title of a local deacon in the Longevity Divine Mountain. Chang Yongshin really had no choice but to use the name of the Longevity Divine Mountain. As a branch of the Longevity Divine Mountain, as long as one took over the position of patriarch, he would receive the position of a local deacon from the Longevity Divine Mountain. This could be considered as being included in the system of the Longevity Divine Mountain. They could enjoy the various benefits of the Longevity Divine Mountain and would also be protected by the Longevity Divine Mountain, but they also had to abide by the orders of the Longevity Divine Mountain. There's such a thing. Wuxia laughed when he heard that. If something happens to you, will it attract the experts of the Longevity Divine Mountain to investigate? Definitely. Chang Yongshin nodded repeatedly. That's good. Wuxia nodded and smiled. Follow me. Then, he rolled up his sleeve. Chang Yongshin and Jing Xiangzhen felt their vision go dark. A strong sense of weightlessness came, and the wind began to howl in their ears. They had been brought away from Evergreen Heights. The two of them already understood their situation and their eyes were filled with despair. We're finished. It was completely over. After Chang Yongshin and Jing Xiangzhen were brought away by Wuxia, Evergreen Heights fell into silence. The remaining people looked at each other, at a loss. After Wuxia's cleaning up earlier, there were no longer any heavenly gods in Evergreen Heights. Only 3 god-level existences were left. Usually, these 3 gods were idle and had never specifically managed the affairs of the villa. But at this moment, they could only stand out. Although it was not difficult for gods to learn how to manage affairs, the most difficult thing about managing people was actually to have prestige and be able to convince the masses. After all, it was not appropriate to use force against fellow disciples. These 3 gods happened to be the kind who did not have much fame in Evergreen Heights. Of course, most people still agreed with the gods to take over. In this world where the strong were respected, as long as one's cultivation was high enough, it was enough to ease over many disadvantages. However, it was inevitable that some people would think that the 3 gods did not have high prestige and planned to take advantage of them. Especially some experts at the peak of the Dao imprint realm. Although Yi Yuan was not a Dao imprint realm cultivator, he still had some schemes. Originally, I planned to pretend to be a disciple in Changqing Villa first and leave after obtaining the core inheritance or secret treasure. Now that such a thing has suddenly happened, it's a good opportunity for me to fish in troubled waters. However, those 3 are gods after all. Be it the essence of their life, their knowledge, or the methods they have, they are incomparably powerful. I have to hide from their perception before making a move. If it was any other time, I definitely wouldn't have this chance, but things are different now. Next, I can test the effect of that treasure. After Wuxia took Chang Yongshin and Jing Xiangzhen away, he returned to the capital of the Wood Nation. When he returned to the palace, Kui Heng had just finished investigating the gravel. Zhang Nanxuan was still here. Sir, I've brought him back. Wuxia opened his sleeve, and Jing Xiangzhen and Chang Yongshin were shaken out. Ah! Chang Yongshin seemed to have suddenly woken up. He looked around in horror and said in shock, "This is the Wood Nation? Are the people from the Wood Nation trying to deal with my Evergreen Heights?" It was obvious that he found it very unbelievable. How could a small Wood Nation have an expert like Wuxia who could crush the entire Evergreen Heights? This was completely incomprehensible to him. As for Jing Xiangzhen beside him, he had already entered the palace for the 2nd time. He was much calmer and did not have any intense reaction. He just sat there in a daze, waiting for the next arrangements. The patriarch of Evergreen Heights, Chang Yongshin, senior brother of Jing Xiangzhen. Kui Heng's gaze landed on Chang Yongshin and he went straight to the point. 50 years ago, you were the one who accompanied the holy son of the longevity divine mountain. Right. Chang Yongshin's fear and confusion gradually calmed down. After a moment of silence, he nodded and said, yes, yes. At that time, the holy son traveled to the Qinghua domain and I accompanied him. You are Jiang Hengxia's master? Previously, at Evergreen Heights, Wuxia had already explained why he was looking for him. That's right. Kui Heng nodded slightly and said in a low voice, what was the cause and effect of the battle 50 years ago? What happened after the holy son of the longevity divine mountain was killed? You should know. I know. Chang Yongshin hurriedly nodded, afraid that Kui Heng would feel that he was worthless. He explained, the cause of that battle was very simple. When Jiang Hengxia killed a ferocious beast, she displayed extraordinary techniques. When the holy son found out about this, he was very interested and went to look for Jiang Hengxia to ask her to hand over the cultivation technique she cultivated. Faced with such a request, Jiang Hengxia naturally wouldn't agree. After refusing, she left. However, the holy son didn't give up and began to pursue her relentlessly. In the end, it developed to the point of robbery. Thank you for reading on my box novel. Com. Chapter 460 Primordial Spirit Retracted into the Niwen, 2. Chapter 460 Primordial Spirit Retracted into the Niwen, 2. At first, Jiang Hengxia seemed to not want to fight the Holy Sun because her realm was not stable. She chose to avoid him many times. During this period, she exposed a treasure that could instantly teleport her far away. The Holy Sun has two greatest hobbies in his life, which are collecting powerful cultivation techniques and treasures. Jiang Hengxia alone occupied both, so she definitely won't be let off. Next, the Holy Sun released the news that Jiang Hengxia had stolen his treasure and wanted all the forces related to the longevity divine mountain to pay attention to her whereabouts. In the end, a battle erupted in the Greenstone Wasteland. The Holy Sun was killed by Jiang Hengxia, and Jiang Hengxia was also hunted down by the longevity divine mountain. From then on, she disappeared without a trace. This is what I know. After saying that, he lowered his head nervously, worried that Kui Heng was not satisfied with this answer. After Kui Heng heard this, he was silent for a moment before asking, did you see the final battle end with your own eyes? Yes. Chang Yongshin nodded and hurriedly said, but I definitely did not help. This was requested by the Holy Sun. He wants to take action himself. Did anything unusual happen after the Holy Sun of the longevity divine mountain was killed? Kui Heng asked in a low voice. Unusual? Chang Yongshin looked puzzled. He began to recall carefully and suddenly raised his eyebrows. After Jiang Hengxia killed the Holy Sun, she even attacked the empty space. Then, she left as if she was chasing after something. I didn't think there was any problem before, but now that you say that there's something unusual, this should be the strangest thing after that battle. Empty space? Kui Heng frowned slightly. A thought flashed through his mind as he asked from a different angle, did the Holy Sun of the longevity divine mountain say or do anything before he was killed? He did. Chang Yongshin hurriedly nodded and said, before the Holy Sun was killed, he cursed Jiang Hengxia in despair and said that he wanted to fuse with the Scarlet Calamity and destroy her body and soul. The longevity divine mountain has a way to fuse itself into the Scarlet Calamity. Kui Heng's eyes narrowed slightly. This Scarlet Calamity was the power of the outer world corrosion. It should be just a simple curse, but it's indeed possible, Chang Yongshin said uncertainly. Senior, I once heard a rumor that some ancient sects and immortal orthodoxies are studying how to transform the power of the Scarlet Calamity. The goal is to transform the destructive power of the Scarlet Calamity into a power that can be controlled and turn it into a tool to destroy the Scarlet Calamity. Perhaps it's already effective. Perhaps the Holy Sun used similar methods. Convert the power of the Scarlet Calamity. Kui Heng sneered when he heard this. He was basically certain now that the ancient sect, the longevity divine mountain, should have already sided with the outer world. The scarlet light contained the power of the outer world, a great Tao and laws that were completely different from this star field. Therefore, it was impossible for the power of the scarlet light to be converted into the power of this star field. This was something that had already been confirmed at the source. As long as one had stepped into the Heaven Gate realm, they would definitely know this. However, although it could not be converted and used, it could be replaced. In other words, letting the great Tao laws of the outer world take the initiative to pollute and transform into an outer world creature. This way, he could mobilize the power of the scarlet light. The longevity divine mountain and the few forces that had threatened to study the power of the scarlet calamity were most likely already doing so. As expected, it's unlikely that the corrosion of 500,000 years is only limited to the door of heaven. Kui Heng thought to himself, although the corrosion doesn't appear on the surface, it has actually long entered the higher-ups of the heaven realm. If that's the case, can I deepen my communication with the heaven realm by destroying these ancient sects and immortal orthodoxies that have already been contaminated? After all, this can be considered as removing the corrosion and pollution of the heaven realm. It seems that I can give it a try. It just so happens that I can start from the longevity divine mountain to resolve the scarlet calamity. After sorting out his thoughts, he looked at Chang Yongshin and Jing Xiangzhen and smiled. You can leave. What? The two of them revealed expressions of disbelief when they heard this. They almost suspected that they were hallucinating. He actually let them go just like that. And not kill them. Why? However, they did not dare to ask why, nor did they want to. After obtaining permission, they immediately left the capital of the Wood Nation and left the Greenstone Wasteland at an extremely fast speed. Senior brother, no one is really chasing after us. Jing Xiangzhen was very surprised, and his face revealed an uncontrollable joy. I think I know his goal. Chang Yongshin's expression was sad as he sighed and said, let's go to the longevity divine mountain. Jing Xiangzhen fell silent when he heard this. The smile on his face froze. He also understood. So that's how it is. Is he certain that we will go to the longevity divine mountain to ask for help? If we don't go to the longevity divine mountain, where else can we go? Chang Yongshin asked. Hide in the mountains and old forests and struggle at death's door? It won't be long before the news reaches the longevity divine mountain. At that time, we will still be found. At that time, the divine mountain will still punish us for not reporting this matter. We have no choice. Jing Xiangzhen looked back in the direction of the capital of the Wood Nation and said with a bitter expression, that person, how strong is he? Is he trying to challenge the entire longevity divine mountain alone? Challenge the entire longevity divine mountain? Chang Yongshin recalled Kui Heng's previous expression and shook his head. I'm afraid it's more than that. However, this is not something we should care about. This is something that only the venerables and masters above the heavenly god realm can handle. You and I can just go to the longevity divine mountain to complain and report the situation truthfully. In such a battle, it's our greatest luck to be able to survive. In the palace in the capital of the Wood Nation, Zheng Nanshuan listened to Kui Heng and Chang Yongshin's conversation. After Kui Heng let Chang Yongshin and Jing Xiangzhen go, she understood Kui Heng's intentions. Grandmaster, do you want to subdue the longevity divine mountain in one fell swoop? Zheng Nanshuan asked. What the longevity divine mountain has done is destined to destroy them. Kui Heng nodded slightly and smiled. It can be considered a test. Can I contribute? Zheng Nanshuan asked. Your cultivation is still slightly insufficient. Go and help Qingshu and the others preach first. Kui Heng smiled and said, this can also add to the effort to destroy the longevity divine mountain. Yes, ancestral grandmaster. Zheng Nanshuan nodded. Although she did not understand what preaching had to do with destroying the longevity divine mountain, ancestral grandmaster was definitely right. Hui Sha. Kui Heng looked to the other side. Sir, please instruct me. Hui Sha bowed. Follow Jing Xiangzhen and Chang Yongshin and investigate the truth about the longevity divine mountain, Kui Heng said. Yes, sir. Hui Sha cupped his hands and bowed. Next, I'll enter seclusion for a period of time. Kui Heng said to Zheng Nanxuan. However, if you encounter any situations that can't be resolved when you're preaching, you can look for me. After this period of investigation, his understanding of the heaven realm had deepened a lot. This naturally allowed his communication with the heaven realm to become deeper, and the speed at which his cultivation realm automatically increased greatly. Although he was still at the early stage soul formation realm now, compared to when he first broke through, he had already undergone a tremendous change. He needed to carefully digest the improvement during this period of time. After Hui Shi and Zheng Nanxuan left, Kui Heng returned to the grotto heaven and entered the Tao Palace. He sat cross-legged with his eyes closed, and his essence soul was retracted into his Niwen Palace. In the Niwen Palace, his essence soul sat at an endless height. This originally contained the light and shadow of a boundless starry sky. Although there were countless stars, it was still not realistic enough. Now, it was much more corporeal. Kui Heng could even directly materialize the entire galaxy in the Niwen Palace into reality with a huge starry sky. Then, his perception sank from the Niwen Palace to his entire body. He began to carefully comprehend the changes in the acupoints in his body. Thank you for reading on my box novel. Com. Chapter 461 Estimated Future about the Soul Formation Realm. Chapter 461 Estimated Future about the Soul Formation Realm. In the apertures of Kui Heng's entire body, the light and shadows of the boundless starry sky were gradually condensing and expanding. Although it could not be condensed as a large number of galaxies and starry skies in the Niwen Palace, they had already condensed to the level of a starry sky and were increasing the range of condensation every moment. With 129,600 apertures in his body, other than the Niwen Palace that was the primordial aperture between his brows, every aperture had at least 3 or 4 condensed stars. Just the convergence of the stellar power in these acupoints was enough for Kui Heng to possess extremely powerful strength. And this boundless starry sky not only had pure stellar energy, but also various unique Great Tao laws. The Great Tao laws contained in each acupoint were extremely powerful soul formation realm laws that could directly distort and change the reality of the outside world. However, be it the stars condensing in the acupoints or the laws contained in the starry skies of the acupoints, they were actually only nourishing Kui Heng's body, dharmic powers, and essence soul. Under the nourishment of these nutrients, Kui Heng's cultivation realm increased every moment. The power it possessed far exceeded the energy and laws of all the acupoints. Moreover, as his communication with the heaven realm deepened day by day, his cultivation realm grew faster and faster. His body, dharmic powers, and essence soul were all sublimated. This also made the boundless starry sky in the acupoints begin to condense faster. The planets and other small celestial bodies around every star were also quickly condensing. It would probably not be long before a complete galaxy was formed. The essence soul is the core of the soul formation realm. The energy and laws contained in the boundless starry skies in the acupoints are the foundation of the soul formation realm. As my cultivation realm increases, these boundless starry skies are also condensing. Kui Heng examined the situation in his body and thought to himself, at first, these boundless starry skies were all illusory lights and shadows. Now that my cultivation has improved, I've condensed many stars. From the looks of it, I've already crossed the initial stage of the soul formation realm. This speed can be said to be extremely fast. It's inseparable from establishing communication with the heaven gate back then. According to my current estimation, as long as the number of galaxies condensed in each aperture reaches more than 10 and the number of galaxies in the Niwen Palace in the ancestral aperture between my eyebrows exceeds the total number of other apertures, I should be able to break through to the mid-stage soul formation realm. As for the exact number, I can't be sure yet. I still have to wait for the galaxies in these apertures to further condense into reality. Perhaps I can approach this step after dealing with the longevity divine mountain. Then, he underwent a detailed comprehension of his essence soul, dharmic powers, and body, further deepening his understanding of his cultivation progress. At this moment, Kui Heng once again clearly felt how powerful he was, and he could not help but begin to estimate the power he would have in the future. According to my current estimation, when I reach the mid-stage soul formation realm, There should be millions of condensed galaxies in the apertures in my body. All the energy and laws contained in them will nourish me every moment and make me stronger. According to the normal increase in breaking through a major realm, when I reach the late-stage soul formation realm, the numbers of galaxies in my apertures will probably be in the hundreds of millions, or it might be even more exaggerated. TSK. Doesn't this mean that when I reach the peak of the soul formation realm, the energy and laws in my apertures might already be comparable to a huge river system? Isn't this a little too exaggerated? The core of the soul formation realm is the essence soul. The galaxies in my acupoints are only the foundation of nourishing my cultivation realm. The power of my essence soul far exceeds the total number of galaxies in the acupoint Sayuro. After reaching the peak of the soul formation realm, can I destroy such a huge river system with hundreds of billions of stars and a diameter of more than 100,000 light-years with a flip of my hand? Is this something to think about? Is this something a human can do? Thinking of this, Kui Heng shook his head gently and did not continue thinking. He thought to himself, although the size of a river system is nothing in the entire universe, this power still exceeds the limits of my understanding. It's better to cultivate with my feet on the ground. I'll understand the situation of the heaven realm step by step, solve the problem of the outer world invasion, and deepen my communication with the heaven realm. I'll break through to the mid-stage soul formation realm first. In the end, he calmed himself down and walked out of the Grotto Heaven Dao Palace. He looked in the direction of the Linshan tribe. What I have to do now is to try to spread the faith of the sect to verify Zhu Juantian's goal. In addition, spreading the faith of the sect can also be related to resolving the problem of the Scarlet Calamity. It can also attract the attention of some large factions. It can be said to be killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Euro. Pei Qingshu had experience establishing a country and had been an emperor for hundreds of years. He was an absolute expert in organization management. Therefore, to him, creating a sect was too simple. He quickly designed a complete sect system. Be it the organization structure, the teachings, or the details, Pei Qingshu quickly formulated them. The authority of the various departments and personnel in the sect, the corresponding welfare standards, and the restrictions on each other were all very detailed. He had also divided very clear criteria for the core teachings, broad teachings, teachings used to promote, and so on. He had also given their respective application scenarios and set the concept that the teachings had to be explained according to the actual situation. In order to better spread the news, Pei Qingshu changed the name of the sect and the divine name of the yellow-scarved strongman after consulting with Kui Heng. Just like that, an organization with a tight structure and the core doctrine of the Great Calamity is approaching, the Yellow Heaven sect will save the world was born. This sect did not belong to any country or faction. It was the revival of divinity Yellow Heaven from the ancient era to save the heaven realm that was about to suffer a calamity. As divinity Yellow Heaven had slept for too long, although he had already recovered, his originally boundless power had yet to completely recover. This required believers to worship him. As long as they burned incense and prayed sincerely, they could obtain the protection of divinity Yellow Heaven. They could also increase the speed at which divinity Yellow Heaven's power recovered. When that happened, they could obtain salvation in the calamity and save the entire heaven realm. Simply put, as long as one sincerely burned incense and prayed to divinity Yellow Heaven, they could survive the upcoming calamity and save the entire heaven realm. The sacrifice was very little, but the gains were huge. Especially now that the rumors that the Scarlet Calamity was about to descend on the Qinghua domain had already caused an uproar. Countless people were in a constant state of panic, worried about what they would do after the calamity descended. The appearance of the Yellow Heaven sect gave them mental sustenance. The sect master and deputy sect master were both gods, which made them feel even more at ease. Hence, in less than 3 months, the Yellow Heaven sect had already become popular in most of the Greenstone Wasteland. Their believers had already exceeded 10 million. Thank you for reading on my box novel. Moreover, as the number of people spreading the religion increased, this speed of transmission would become even faster. In less than a month, the Yellow Heaven sect would probably spread throughout the entire Greenstone Wasteland, and there would be billions of believers. Moreover, the believers of such a large-scale development sect had also greatly expanded their sources of information. They actually accidentally obtained information about a few suspected ancient ruins. These ancient ruins were very likely to contain the secrets of the ancient era. After Pei Qingshu received these messages, he immediately found Li Mingcheng. Mingcheng, you'll be in charge of the sect's affairs for the next few days. I'll make a trip to the capital of the Wood Nation and report these messages to Master. Chapter 462 The Power of Time. Chapter 462 The Power of Time. After 3 months, Kui Heng's cultivation realm had improved a little. More stars condensed in his apertures. When Pei Qingshu first saw him, he even felt that he was looking up at a boundless starry sky. It was as if the person standing in front of him was not a human, but a vast universe. Compared to such a vast universe, he was really extremely small and insignificant. Congratulations, Master. Your cultivation has improved again. Pei Qingshu bowed. It's just a small improvement. Kui Heng nodded slightly and smiled. The Yellow Heaven sect is developing at a high speed now. Why did you suddenly come over? Master, it's like this. Pei Qingshu explained. The number of disciples of the Yellow Heaven sect is increasing, and the sources of information are becoming wider and wider. I obtained some information from some of the disciples. It's 3 ancient ruins. As he spoke, he took out 3 jade slips and handed them to Kui Heng. I know that Master is exploring some secrets of the Heaven Realm. I wonder if this information can help you, Master? These 3 jade slips were very old. Their surfaces were even a little dilapidated and filled with traces of time. They looked like extremely ancient things. Oh! Kui Heng took the jade slip and scanned it with his divine sense. Then, his eyes narrowed and he smiled. Who gave you the information about these 3 ruins? How many days ago did they send it over? It was originally sent up by Wu Cheng of the Linshan tribe. He sent it to me 2 days ago. Pei Qingshu did not doubt him and nodded. He's now the commander of an area. He worked very hard when preaching, and the local parishioners love him very much. The reason why Wu Cheng worked so hard was because he wanted to obtain a higher-level cultivation technique, so he tried his best to show off. Once he discovered anything, he would immediately submit it. The information about these 3 ancient ruins was accidentally obtained from a tomb when he was preaching outside. The next day, he handed them back to the headquarters, and I sent them to you. Looks like the spread of the Yellow Heaven sect is still a little too fast. Kui Heng returned the 3 jade slips to Pei Qingshu and smiled. It has already aroused the fear of some people. Pei Qingshu was stunned when he heard this. He was also very puzzled by Kui Heng's actions of returning the 3 jade slips, but he quickly reacted and could not help but say in surprise, Master, are you saying that the information about these 3 ancient ruins is actually fake and a trap? The information about the ruins might not be fake, but it might be a trap. Kui Heng shook his head gently and smiled. It's difficult to tell if the information in the jade slip is real or fake, but the jade slips must have been tampered with. According to you, it was only 3 days ago when Wu Cheng discovered these 3 jade slips. However, these 3 jade slips have only been created for 10 days. Fake jade slips. Pei Qingshu's eyes widened as he hurriedly took the jade slips back. He placed it in his hand and sized it up carefully. He used his soul perception to investigate, but in the end, he frowned and said, Master, I can't tell if it's fake. Actually, before sending the jade slip to Kui Heng, he had already calculated the age of the jade slip. His preliminary estimation was that it should be something from 10,000 to 20,000 years ago. Moreover, he had read many books and confirmed that the patterns were all in the style of 10,000 to 20,000 years ago. In addition, he also used the power of his soul to directly investigate. He calculated the age of the jade slip and also came to the conclusion that this was an ancient item from 10,000 to 20,000 years ago. There was nothing unusual about it. Unexpectedly, he still got tricked. It's normal that you can't tell. Kui Heng nodded slightly. He stretched out a finger and pointed lightly at the 3 jade slips. Immediately, a layer of grayish-white light appeared on them. This layer of light actually emitted an ancient and experienced aura. Just looking at this light made one feel as if they had experienced a long time. Then, Kui Heng raised his finger gently. This layer of light instantly condensed into 3 grayish-white crystals. They were only the size of an ordinary person's fingernail and floated in the air. At the same time, the ancient aura on the 3 jade slips disappeared, and they became as clean as new, as if they had been cut and made a few days ago. This is... Pei Qingshu's eyes widened when he saw this. He stared at the 3 crystals and said in surprise, "Master, is this the power of the Heaven Gate's characteristic? I felt a similar aura from Wuxia's power." That's right. This is the manifestation of the power of the Heaven Gate's characteristic, and it's a characteristic that contains a portion of the power of time. Kui Heng held the 3 jade slips in his palm and said in a low voice, "Through the power of this Heaven Gate's characteristic, one can perfectly transform originally new things into ancient objects. Even the traces of time are real." These 3 jade slips were not complete Heaven Gate characteristics. They were just the manifestation of power derived from some Heaven Gate characteristics, somewhat similar to the manifestation of some spell. No wonder I couldn't figure it out. It's actually a Heaven Gate level technique, Pei Qingshu said in surprise. Did we alarm a Heaven Gate level venerable? I'm afraid it's not just a venerable. Kui Heng shook his head gently and put away the 3 jade slips. He said in a low voice, "The characteristics of time powers are not something that cultivators at the first 3 levels of the Heaven Gate realm can have. It should be experts who have crossed the first heavenly ladder realm who wanted to probe our strength. They actually directly mobilized such an expert." Pei Qingshu said in shock. "What we did in the Wood Nation is not a secret, and we're also preaching in the Green Stone Wasteland. Anyone with a discerning eye should be able to tell that there's at least one venerable among us." Kui Heng chuckled and said, "Under such circumstances, it's naturally unlikely for the venerables to be the one to test us. Master, could it be that the people from the Longevity Divine Mountain have already arrived?" Pei Qingshu guessed. "Yes, it's very likely." Kui Heng nodded slightly and said, "After 3 months, Chang Yongshan and Jing Xiangzhen should have arrived at the Longevity Divine Mountain. When Wuxia returns, he'll naturally know the situation of the Longevity Divine Mountain. At that time, I'll get Wuxia to guard the Yellow Heaven sect to prevent any experts from ambushing us." "Thank you, Master." Pei Qingshu bowed. "Go back." Kui Heng smiled and said, "Although the 3 jade slips you sent this time are fake, that characteristic power on them is useful to me. After some time, I'll teach you some small tricks." "Master is going to teach me another divine technique." Pei Qingshu was extremely excited. He still remembered the techniques Kui Heng had taught him on Tianmen Star. They were too powerful. "It can directly increase your strength." Kui Heng smiled. "That's great. Thank you, Master." Pei Qingshu bade farewell happily and left. Increasing strength meant increasing combat strength, and his cultivation was mainly focused on combat. This could directly assist his cultivation. After Pei Qingshu left, Kui Heng took out the 3 jade slips again and thought to himself, "The power of time is not a power that can be controlled at the nascent soul realm. I only began to involve myself in this aspect after reaching the soul formation realm. Although the nomological Tao runes in the boundless starry sky in my ancestral aperture have already flowed with time, I haven't cultivated any spells in this aspect, and I can't even directly mobilize this portion of power. But these people can actually directly obtain the characteristics of this level of spell in the Heaven Gate. If the characteristics of the Heaven Gate grasped by a Heaven Gate expert reach the soul formation realm, it can affect me a little. I've never encountered such techniques in the past, and my subconscious has formed a blind spot, so I've never cared. I can't do this in the future. I need to cultivate some time-type spells to make up for this shortcoming. Moreover, these 3 jade slips are actually equivalent to the materialization of 3 spells. They can be used to exchange for the Immortal Technique voucher. Thinking of this, he returned to the Grotto Heaven Dao Palace and ordered the system. Exchange for an Immortal Technique voucher and use the intermediate Immortal Technique, from Initiate to Ascension, to deduce targeted spells. The direction of deduction is time. Thank you for reading on myboxnovel.com. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.